I just found out about that through Zach last year. Crazy, we were never taught that in our government indoctrination school system. Yeah, exactly, man. What is more dangerous, a fully zombified police officer or a fully zombified school teacher? That's a good question, Alexis, and good to see you, man. I would say, of course, the clear and present danger, the zombified cop, is more dangerous in the situation there. As far as the long-term effects, the teacher is extremely dangerous as well. The zombified teacher, we know that it goes deep with that. Cameron says the West is over 2 millennia in a war economy, all the way back to Rome. Yeah, yeah, we definitely see that. It is not pretty. It is not pretty. It is something that it's real. It's hard to grasp. Some people will break mentally. They're psychologically fragile, and this is nothing against them. This is saying the more we understand about that, the more we know how to approach the situation when we encounter somebody that is under the perils of the psychic dictatorship. So that's serious stuff. The LSD experiments the CIA did to animals was horrifying. I saw the footage of what they did to a poor cat. Tusco the elephant was injected with, wow, 200, almost 300 milligrams of LSD in 62, which killed him. These are monsters, man. These are monsters. For anybody who might not know, the government is like a monstrous organization. It's I don't think it's really fully human. I mean, it's like something that uses humans to experiment on other humans to find how it can control us even more draconian like. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, everything that they do is to create more and more control. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Zach. Really do, man. Yeah, this hopefully, I'm so glad people will check this out, man. That the psychic dictatorship, and I'm probably going to make shorter videos on it too, is an amazing read. And it's something you might read the book and say, it's not that, mind provoking. And I would recommend, this is the good thing I say about the computer. You can get it and read it in excerpts. You can talk to AI for what it probably needed to be used for, is going through and searching for things for you to say, look, nothing will, of course, replace looking through it yourself, but you can get a good premise on it, just like with other books, like who was it? Jim Redden, I think, wrote Snitch Culture. Alex Constantine wrote Psychic Dictatorship. We have I forgot the other one, Mass Control. Forgot the guy's name, but that was another one. And it could possibly be something from the sea. It could possibly, I mean, I would say the big red flag that comes up is how come they tell us we have planets mapped out 100%, but there's no, the sea is only 5% mapped. It's as if they're trying to distract people from seeing what is under the sea. And we definitely can't trust anyone really within the government. I mean, the only person, and you can't really trust them, you can only accept help as if they let you go, the person that lets you go, and you can't end up having a correspondence with them because it will blow their cover. This is the situation we're in. It's like right out of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The Matrix released 211. Wow, from Keanu Reeves' birthday. That's amazing, man. And Neo the Hacker was 211. Holy smokes. Yeah, there's very evil type consciousnesses behind all of this. The AI, robotics, the surveillance state. It seeks complete destruction. I'm not sure if it's destruction or destroying the planet in a way where we either have to wear masks or can't survive in the natural environment. And, at first I thought, what if that's like demonic or something, like how they try to push the hellscape on us to where it's fire and brimstone. But what else could could survive in that? Polluted water, land, and air. It wouldn't be affected. Would be robots. Robots would not be affected by that. So, and it seems, what if robots are the ones that are having us recreated until, I guess, a cataclysm or something happens? But it's deep. White Heat Truth says, always good to see Zach and his wealth of gematria and other related knowledge. Yes, definitely, bro. This is the way for all of us to share what we know, to say, hey, you know what? I found this and you found this, and we put it together and we start to see like, hey, there are many things for us to learn here. Plan ET. Wow, that's another good one. I looked at it as Plan It, like it's a planned thing of what we see. So it could be something like that, from what I was thinking. But that's a good one too, Plan ET. The spirit of the Antichrist has been here forever and ever and ever. Tara Jackson's deep with that. The oceans are a domain 8 and of itself, the Naga realm, or the Nagas from like the Hinduism. Yeah, definitely. It's a possibility, man. Hostile Hyperborean. What's up, brother? If you want to hop on, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat. No matter what we believe individually, for sure, it is evil running this country and probably the world. Yeah, that's really pointing toward that. It is really pointing toward that reality, that when we look at it, we say there's something behind the scenes. There is definitely something behind the scenes. And it is using humans to tell us that there's not anything behind the scenes, that we should just trust the government. And that's like a scary thing in itself. What's scarier than that is to see citizens trusting the government. So those of us that can see through and say, wait a minute, trust the government. Are you out of your mind? And then we turn around and we see people saying, yeah, why don't you trust the government? That's even scarier. Is there something to water having bond angles at 104.5? I don't know about that. I got to look into that. Well, yeah, I got to look into that. Wow, I never heard of that, having bond angles at 104.5. I guess degrees. That's Celsius or Fahrenheit. The dummies in law enforcement are apprehending people with guns drawn based on faulty AI data. These fools do not even require proof. The information given to them by this diabolically infernal machine. Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. Hyperborean says Zachary's number games volumes are fire. Yes, exactly, bro. Definitely, man. I'm glad he's here with us, man. This is it. This is where it's at. If you want to hop on, Hyperborean. Synchronicity Spectrum says, good point. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just, I remember this book from a while ago, and there's other ones similar to it. That's why I brought out the Jim Redden. There's another one about toxins. It's by Rick Smith and Bruce Lowry. It's called Slow Death by Rubber Duck. And it talks about all of the toxins. And the reason they got the name for that title was of how all of the things we think isn't like affecting our health actually is. And something as small as a rubber duck. Sig, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. And Sam, good to see you too. This is something that, like, if I go to check, well, I was still on the Wyoming incident with the broadcast hijacking, distinct and entirely from international espionage. Holy smoke. The Wyoming incident refers to a famous internet urban legend of an early example of analog television broadcast hacking. Holy smokes. Yeah, this is deep, man. The lore originated on creepy pasta boards. The story describes a fictional 2006 incident where a hacker disrupted a cable broadcast in Wyoming, airing distorted images and audio intended to cause dizziness. Wow. echoing the real world Havana syndrome. It's kind of like Mr. X was saying that, that's like their testing ground. Synchronicity says crazy. I've been saying I want to write a book called The Slow Bleed, relating to how they slowly just bring out energy down more and more. Yeah, man. That's a really cool title, Slow Bleed. If you write it, man, let me know. Come on the show and we'll promote the book, man. We'll talk about it. I think authors, man, please write more. We need more of that, bro. We need it. Memory is stored in water molecules, molecule bond angles. One drop of water can store, wow, 10 to the 21st, 3 times 10 to the 21st. That's a pretty big number, man. That's like a sextillion, and 3 times that, holy smokes, is bits of information. Wow. That's Slow Bleed, man. That's a really cool name for a title. And I can feel it. It's like they're bleeding us slowly, man. Like we're slowly bleeding out. It really that's yeah. But some of the main points in Slow Death, let me see, Slow Death by Rubber Duck. I have the book on my shelf, but I don't want to really look through it while I'm on the stream. I bought it a while ago. Slow Death, it demonstrates everyday consumer products, plastics, toiletries, introduce significant levels of toxic chemicals into the body, which affects our thinking. It affects our well-being. So it's very important. Most veterans are zombified. Most veterans are. I'm not even going to lie, man. The zombification goes past any type of employment that you are in. It's like Dietrich Bonhoeffer and Cipolla wrote about the theory and the laws of stupidity. The second law of stupidity is that it is independent of every other factor. So a doctor, somebody who's a pilot, still can be stupid in many other aspects of their thinking. So they can understand their expertise, but still fall into a state of stupor. The first law, of course, of stupidity is we underestimate the amount of stupid people that exist. Whatever we think it is, there's always more. So that's the first law. And then the second law, it is independent of every other characteristic that they have. So just because somebody is a politician, a religious leader, a pilot, a doctor, or whatever, doesn't mean they can't be stupid. So this also is very important to understand. So when we look at the third law, what I'm writing about, like they give a definition of how to tell a person like that, where they cause a loss to you with no gain to themselves or even a loss to themselves. But for me, what we can use more is that stupidity runs in patterns. You can see the pattern, the repeating pattern, to try to, if you want to like mitigate the effects of stupidity. Then the fourth law, of course, is that we underestimate the damage. Like we overlook the damage that stupid people can cause, and it can be detrimental extremely. The guy that, if it was true that he was drinking and spilled on the Exxon Valdez spill, the oil spill near Alaska many decades ago, that was a very stupid mistake if it wasn't done, on purpose. That shows how dangerous stupidity can be, and we're defenseless against it. And of course, the fifth law with Cipolla is that they are the most dangerous people. A stupid person is much more dangerous than maliciously evil people. The maliciously evil person will not drop the grenade and by mistake. The stupid person will. And that just shows you how dangerous. The stupid person will do it without trying to drop it. They're actually trying not to drop it. This is why we're defenseless against it. BPA plastic mimics progesterone, which balances estrogen in a 100-to-1 ratio. Yes, BPA, they say, without a doubt, it has links to hormone dysregulation. But now, you're saying it mimics the progesterone, right? Which I agree is that the studies show that, but which balances estrogen. But now, even if the estrogen is balanced, they say the number one pollutant in water, they're saying, is estrogen from the pill. Many layers of black magic have created a majority of NPCs. Yeah, we have people that are out to lunch. They are on autopilot. I call them sleepwalkers and comfort zoners. They will walk with their comfort zone around them. Uncommon, good to see you, brother. He says, a couple of my ex-girlfriends got really sick from tampons. I had no idea until they went through hell how toxic they were. I had no idea until they went through hell how toxic they were. It's unbelievable. They aren't even allowed to sell them. Yeah, no, there's a thing called toxic shock syndrome, and it's in a book. Toxic shock syndrome is in this book here. The third book, Nightmare on Sperm Street, in this picture. The third book here that talks about toxic shock syndrome, that it has ended a lot of women. Also, how birth control has ended a lot of women. So that book, Nightmare on Sperm Street, has really some deep info about that, where it's yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of people, yeah, they don't know about the toxic shock syndrome. They get sick and they can be ended. There's people that have been ended. Screen zombies, fish. Good to see you. Are some humans robots? They wake up the same way, do the same. I wonder about that. I think we spoke about that not all humans are human, So, and this is what I think with the mimic theory, when we showed Alexis on with the ants, when I was showing that the ants, you have the mimic ants that look just like the ant. So the spider ant here, we showed this on the other one on the bottom, that is a spider mimicking the red ant on top. And then in other ant colonies, this is a black cricket mimic for black ants. So this cricket mimics ants. So just the way these creatures in society can mimic other things within a colony, I think that can also happen with humans, as far as the speculation, because you really, when we look at them, we start to see like, yeah, man, people are out to lunch, man. If that movie Cell ever comes to be, yeah, the Cell, there was a few movies with Cell. If which one exactly? The screen zombies will be dangerous, yeah. Resend, y'all should look into Pierre Sabak. He is a scholar linguist. His work is mind-boggling. The book Murder of Reality is very powerful. Wow. I'll look into that. Murder of Reality. They say humanoids work in oil rigs. That's a possibility. That is a possibility. I have seen videos of guys on oil rigs, and what do they call that? The platforms out in the ocean, the oil drilling platforms. Cameron says the MPC phenomena is mass trauma-based mind control. The average Westerner is an emotional 8-year-old trapped in fear, anxiety, dissonance, etc. We need to help these people get out of it. And yeah, you're right. I don't know if there's a way to snap them out of it. I'm not really too sure about that. This is where I bring in the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Night of the Living Dead. In these movies, you cannot remediate them. You can only run and seek shelter. Very close to what the government is. If you try to get off grid, even those people, they try to come through. Mr. X, you had something?
No, just look, we got to look for other survivors. That's all it comes down to, like you said earlier in previous streams. I don't think you can change anybody. The system's too powerful, man. It's too powerful. We don't even know the level of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's very. If somebody isn't a survivor, you're not going to change somebody who's not. If they wake up themselves, that's different.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have to yeah,
And
it's
you never know what triggers the people put in there. Like if you try to talk them out of it, they might get violent, right? You know, they're
oh, they'll
certainly
tell
angry.
on you. They'll tell on you, like in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, when
Yep.
she goes up and Donald Sutherland, she still thinks he's unzombified, and she's like, I gotta, she walks up to him, and then he points at her, and he does the scream. Cell has John. Oh yes, I did see that one, man. Yeah, Cell is deep. Yeah, with Cusack and Jackson. Yeah, and people would start, they would get zombified by the signal that comes through the cell phone. Hope is humanity's failure because it replaces action with fantasy and calls it virtue. It's an excellent saying, man. That's in game of what is it, Hunger Games. They talk about that. Actually, Donald Sutherland is in that, and he says it
Sure.
to the girl, like, yeah, you keep hope alive, because if you don't, the rebellion can be dangerous. Our
But see,
human,
that's kind of a zombie-ish thing, like because in the movies, the good guy always wins. So I think that's a little bit zombie that think we can rebel, or you can confront, like you can change people or get them out of that state. That's also mind control too. To think you have that ability,
yeah, 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 it's kind of it's some serious stuff, man. It's definitely some serious stuff. Are humans naturally immature as the government forcing us to be? I think some might be, but the government does force many people to stay in a perpetual state of
Yes.
immaturity. That's what stadiums are built for, to keep
All
people,
chasers.
yeah,
Big.
keep them in a childlike state. Political rallies. I mean, look, they combined both sports and politics the other day with Dump's birthday party. Atlantic Records took over Oliver Tree. I didn't know that. Wow. Jeffrey Lane says this is more of a comedy situation as far as zombies. Return of the Living Dead to, well, those are more, yeah, comedic. I'm talking about the original messages from Invasion of the Body Snatchers from the 50s, and the 70s was the remake with Donald Sutherland, and then they remade it again in the 90s. I think 94 was the Body Snatchers, and then I think in 2007 was the Invasion. I think it was with Nicole Kidman as usual, and Tomato Face, I think, acted in that. The guy who plays James Bond, I forgot his name, the blonde guy.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Perfect.
yeah,
Oh, that's
Tomato
yes.
Face. Yeah, he yeah. So it's you know yeah, just yeah, it's and you got a good grasp on it, Mr. X.
Yeah, I think so. Like I always say, we're all going in the pod. I think it's inevitable. I mean, it is what it is. Like the superheroes, that's for the movies. This is the real world. We gotta
Yeah,
we gotta separate the two.
yeah. And Jeffrey, yeah, we're definitely in idiocracy times. We had did the previous stream. This is idiocracy 3.0, I would say. So yeah, Cameron says we can help them through a meditation prayer. I don't engage in MP. Yeah, you can. And the NPCs can infect us. And what the crazy thing is, we have them within our circles of loved ones, in the families and the friends and all. We actually have to put the mask on so they don't know, because it's just
Yes,
like Dawn of the Dead. If they
thank you.
know, they're gonna come after, right?
I do it all the time with my daughter. All the time.
Yeah, my
She
sister.
hates Donald Dump
Yeah,
or whatever.
she
Yeah.
can't tell her kids that she's not jabbed. You know,
Mhm.
I was just like, wow, that's so sad. My niece and nephew, I'm just like, wow. And yeah, you just got to put on the mask. It's dangerous to try to deprogram him. You're right, Cameron. It's
It
video
is.
games too. I was a video game junkie, and yeah, so glad I haven't played them since like early 2000s. Listening at 2 times speed, catching up. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, DJ Stone. Um, Older Bones, Atlantic Records took out Oliver Tree for Trump. Wow, I didn't. Wow, Zach, did you know Atlantic Records was created in 1947? Wow, I didn't know that. Atlantic Records, I think, yeah. So that's the recording company. The
That seems
world.
like an important year, 47.
Yeah, yeah. It just yeah, 47. That was the year we looked into. A lot of stuff happened in that year. A lot of
Yeah.
stuff, man. Yeah, it really Body Snatches is closer to a situation because aliens were on, yeah, the one in 95. Yeah, I think it was 94, but yeah, that one, because where would be the perfect place to go where things aren't questioned is a military base. You're going to take orders. And they did that too in the movie called The Puppet Masters. The puppet, the Puppet Masters actually had that, where it was Barack's Hope poster. Holy smokes! Yep, you're right. And I saw people under that spell, man. I saw it. Idiocracy was definitely a documentary. King Richard Television, definitely. Yeah, man. Oh, thank you, Sunset Text. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sunset Sherbet. Yeah, man. I stream every night, so yeah. I mean, Zach streams every day too. I got to give him a lot of credit for that, man. He definitely. I figure the more truth streams we got, the better it is. The more survivors we can find, the more people that'll
Yes.
wake up to it, right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, man. V 1980s TV movie. Yeah, that was a good one. The V series from the 80s because it was really breaking it down, and it showed the son betray the mother and father. I remember he had became one of the officers for the aliens. They really put some stuff into perspective in that they live as a documentary. Yeah, definitely. Rio 201 singer Oliver Tree. I keep saying Olive Tree because of that restaurant. Um, Jesuit Order 201, Full Day Alive was 20. Wow, the numbers are just, you can't even go. Yeah, it's like, wow. Not getting jabbed got me and my girl so ostracized at her brother's wedding. It's so sad, man. It's so sad. Some people, I've had people try to blame me for things. It just, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm just checking a few things. Not yeah, that ostracization, man. It's I've had friends, man, where we're still cool, but I spoke my mind, like and even it's best just the zombies. You can't tell them nothing. Yeah, 48 and 47 and 68, definitely, man. Yeah, this there's so much stuff that comes out later, like, and there's so much to know. You're right, there's so much to know. It's like we can't blame people for not knowing.
But screams like this will let us know. We all share information, and then it creates knowledge. Like a lot of times, I don't have the time or even think to know what to look up, but you'll be looking up stuff that I never even thought to look up, and I'll get more information right there.
Hmm.
So this is the way to do it, to gather information, is to have streams like this.
Yeah, no, it definitely it just to keep it going. It just I tell you, man, I gotta try to keep the zombies at bay because I think one of my flaws is being too forgiving.
I
It's
agree.
like,
I agree.
yeah, it's like you be open, be willing to connect with people, but once you see that side of them that you realize you can't trust, you just leave them alone. And it's like all right, nothing to where I don't have to say nothing about them. It's just saying, look, this is serious. A lot of these people take it as like as a joke, and it's not. This is serious stuff, man. We are in a battle. They are at war with us since we were born. I mean, trying to jab us up at birth, trying to force us, to believe lies. It just yeah, large scale change might, I mean, the 100th monkey syndrome, it's a possibility. Brandon, good to see you. Say what up, everyone? Yeah, man. Yeah, the spectrum. Yep. Yeah, man. It just yeah, the numbers game is real. The numbers game is real. It's
Yes.
you're gonna find so much stuff. I mean, the fact that I heard that the Charlie Kirkland character was in a movie called Snake Eyes, and he was shot in the neck in the movie, I was
Wow.
like, what? And I think that movie, I think it was from the 90s. I got to look at yeah, Nipsey Hussle, because he was trying to, I heard he tried to change stuff in the hood, and it's like, again, you cannot, the zombies will assimilate you. They'll either off you or they'll assimilate you. So the zombies you have to be very careful with. Yeah. Hey, Cool Gem, what's up? Good to see you, man. Uh yeah, this is real. This is it's they might take, again, they're in the circus. So when we try to like keep serious, they try to make a joke out of it, and this is not a joke. This is, we need to find other survivors, and even within the other survivors, just like we saw in the Matrix, uh that you're going to have survivors turn, so we got to even be vigilant and aware about that. Yes, the Borg from Star Trek, exactly. This is straight Borg territory. There might be Borg within us. um yeah, it gets to that point where it's just like, man, when Trash Patel said, we'll see, yeah, I remember when he said that, there's CIA witness. It's possible. I'm not really sure of everything that happened with that. Yeah, it just really, you know but I didn't know if, DK, what's up? Good to see you, brother. um Anytime, just, let me know what's up. Also, the last thing Charlie posted was about Viking. Wow. Don't forget the bullshit. The ball, yeah, the ball chasers, man. It just, you wonder why it's so important.
The
Like,
ballroom.
yeah, the ballroom.
Good one.
I think there's probably a lot of ball stuff we can find.
You want to know something funny about that ballroom that they're building right now?
What?
So, everybody talks about like the third temple is, over there where Alaska Mosque is. They're going to take that down and then put up their temple. Did you see the schematic who put it up? It wasn't Hegseth. The schematic for this, or the blueprint for this alleged upcoming ballroom?
No.
Bring that up on screen and then bring up the schematic for the Temple of Solomon.
Hang on a second. Trying to find something from the book, Rubber Duck. So you're saying what? So you want to just tell us so I don't got to search for the pictures?
So the new ballroom that they're building is the Temple of Solomon.
Okay.
That is the temple. It's the exact same blueprint. It's like a square with the way the chairs are arranged and everything. I mean, it's just like, so. I don't think you were on last night, but we were talking about the blood, the red and blue and stuff like that. And I had to go, so I didn't have time to come back and kind of clarify some of the questions they were asking. Deep down, all the way in the rabbit hole, what the red and blue blood means is unoxygenated and oxygenated blood. So like, the veins and arteries, the oxygenated would be red and the unoxygenated would be blue. Mm-hmm. So there's a little bit, when they're talking about like these blue bloods and stuff like that, doesn't like actually mean their blood is blue. Again, it goes back to oxygen, because that's the reason they're here is, there's more. Their bosses who are siphoning the energy are the ones that came here on purpose, because we're an oxygen-based planet where, we're breathing. It's hydrogen-based actually, but we're oxygen breathers, and they breathe something else. And originally, they tried to convert the atmosphere to try to breed humans out that way, to where it wasn't like a good enough mixture of oxygen, so we wouldn't be able to survive. Then they also tried to push the planet out further away from the sun to make it too cold for humans to survive on the surface. And all they accomplished was, it ended up being from a 360-day year to now 365. And it got tilted a little bit too, 23.5 degrees. So that's all they were able to accomplish. And the proof of all that, of what they did, was it's actually in the temple of Dendera, in Egypt where people mistakenly call those things light bulbs, that petroglyph on the wall.
Oh, I had a guy on here, William Armand Sosa. He recreated the bulb. And, you know, I've done extensive research in Dendera with a lot of the hieroglyphs and also the ceiling of the Temple of Dendera, the one that has the recolored, they had cleaned it through. So that when he was breaking it down, like he was saying the same thing. He said, look, he goes, this is more than just a light bulb, because this is a plasma like representation he was getting into of what he thinks could have been a model of the universe. And his theory is one of the deepest that I've ever heard and really makes sense, where he's like, you know, it just, you know, and Mr. X, are you there? All right.
Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Remember the other day we were on the stream, I don't want to mention the name, but wasn't there was some guys harassing you in the chat, right?
Geez, I probably didn't see it though.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wait, was this on another stream? This was on another stream.
Yeah, it was on another. Yeah, when I went on somewhere else and you were in the chat.
Mostly one guy. We're going back and forth.
Yeah,
He was calling me a simp.
there was another guy there too, but I don't know why. I mean, I look at it like, look, when I ask people, just I'm like, don't go away mad, just go away, you know. Right. It's just, I don't know, man. Some people, and I'm at a point where I just really don't. I don't care. I mean, I know.
It started with a C, right? His name started with a C.
But then there was another guy with an S, and he, you know, when I look at that, I'm like, I see these people, and it's like, all right, you could say whatever you want. You can go to another channel. You can talk all the crap you want about me. You can say whatever it is, but you're not going to come here again, you know, and that's it. And that's cool. So, just like I say, don't go away mad, just go away, you know, and that's just what it is. And, you know, I tell you, man, but with
it's an asylum, isn't it? It's an asylum.
Yeah, it's straight asylum. It's straight asylum, man. But with the Blue Bloods, I've like with Armand Sosa, what he had said, and the stream is still up. We did it, I think, last month. Really cool guy. I got to invite him back because he told me whenever we need him back. He recreated that plasma bulb. He actually has videos. If anybody checks William Armand Sosa, his channel, he actually has a GoFundMe where he's going to recreate another one. And he made a very good statement where he says, I think the physical matter, the universe of physical matter may have been created to attract consciousness to it, the way a moth is attracted to a light. And
is this
just
the same guy that did the Dendera stuff that you're talking about right now? Still same guy?
Yeah, this guy is on YouTube. He doesn't have a big channel. I had him on here, but he did a video with Praveen Mohan. So he has a video with Praveen Mohan, and this guy's got to go away. You know, it's like I said, don't go away, man. Just go away. You've seen Mr. X. We had guys trying to come on from. I mean, I'm just like, it ain't happening. But yeah, this guy William Armand Sosa, he showed a model of it on Praveen Mohan. He's got a big channel, like 2 million, a little over 2 million subscribers. William is older. He's in his 60s. Really cool guy. He was in the Air Force. And if you check the stream, I'm trying to remember. I think the name of the stream is an interview with William Armand Sosa, a psychic intuitive, because that's what he was telling me. It just you know, he kind of woke me up to it. With, like, me personally, all of the research I did with Egypt and ancient civilizations, I looked at it as, okay, look, this is definitely electrical power. That looks like a transformer, an electrical cord. This looks like a light bulb. When I met John Anthony West before he passed in Manhattan, I think it was around 2011, he gave a lecture. And it was downtown Manhattan, and he had a picture of that, and he started giving me the whole lotus flower aura thing, and I was like, I didn't even want to argue with him. So I've met people very close to this thing, but when Sosa was telling me, he said, look, man, he goes, from what I said, you can't really believe what the Egyptologists say, like John Anthony West considered himself a rogue Egyptologist, but Sosa put it in a way where he's like, look, he goes, I forgot how he exactly said it, but about the sun and all this stuff. And he goes, when he broke down the physical universe being created to attract consciousness, as opposed to what some people say, like, oh, we were sent here, or we came here of our free will. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I know for sure that nobody knows. So people get mad when I say that. I'm like, listen, this is great. It's speculative. Nobody knows where we came from. So when they can't be honest with themselves with that, I know that we can't go too far, because I'm not here to convert to anybody's religion. I'm here to search for the truth that I will most likely not find before I go into the next. And the next, nobody can tell me about either, which people think they know what's going to happen next. And I say evolution, the religion of evolution, and deity-based religions want to own forever. So I see a finite universe here right now. I see a finite existence. And so what happens next is going to be forever? It just doesn't make sense. So why wouldn't it be another finite thing? Or like some people speculate that there is no death or birth. It just it's the is. It's just everything always is. It always was, kind of like the Bhagavad Gita from the Hindus. And as Varun is a specialist in that, he comes on here a lot. So it's a lot of speculation and learning from one another without having a solid position. And some people will be like, no, this is what I believe. It's in my religious book. And that's okay. That's okay. Everybody's path is different. I don't even know what I am. I don't know who I really am. I don't know where I am or when I am. And nobody, I think, can really tell me that definitively. What time is it? Like that song by Chicago. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? And it's an amazing thought to say these people are trying to, everybody, whether they know it or not, is trying to control my mind. And only the ones that are open-minded enough to say, yeah, we might not know, and really when you look at it, it's like, well, you can't know. How would you know? The more we start to go deeper into things, we start to realize that the most is that we don't really know. We really don't know. I don't know. And I'm okay with not knowing. It's like the Native Americans would say, you just hold a simple stone in your hand and there's no beginning and no ending. Now, the no beginning and no ending of the stone could actually be a representation of the theory that everything always was and always will be. So it's a constant existence. There's no non-existence with that. The question arises is, okay, well, how can you have existence without non-existence? How do you know a sunny day if every day's a sunny day? You got to have nighttime to say, oh, okay, or a cloudy day or a rainy day to have the opposite or the difference of what a sunny day is. And some do say the only time is now. And, I look at it as that when the present, we see this if we're going to do a scientific experiment right now, and we say, okay, using the scientific method, we see that the past is being created every second that goes by, every millisecond, every nanosecond that goes by. The time is created, the past. Now, is it that the present is creating that past? Or is it that something is flowing past us and we're standing in what some might call the everlasting now, the moment? Now, that moment, if we are standing in that, there's something that our actions are creating the past. We can see it. We write on the paper, we talk, we record it. So therefore, if the present is creating the past, then the future may be creating the present. And this could explain instances of deja vu, It could explain premonitions and stuff like that. Again,
The movie Looper explains this pretty good.
Okay, I've never seen that one, but yeah, something.
That's a must see.
Yeah, I got to check that. Looper. I'll put that down. Looper.
Bruce Willis.
Yeah, I mean, time, space, and matter is a trinity. You can't have one exist without the other. So, and the Mobius strip, you're absolutely right. Yeah, the Mobius strip, it kind of shows us a three-dimensional object with one side, but it really, I have to look at it again because, you know, the edge of the Mobius strip is also another side. So, you know, again, there's so much in society, in history, in everyday life that we don't know. It's life is, it's got so much in it that it's more than a lifetime of learning. So there would be no need for entertainment. The entertainment can be seen as a pure distraction at that point. And to add on to the distraction, then we have these contaminants. And that's why I mentioned the book Slow Death by Rubber Duck by Rick Smith and Bruce Lowry. And it shows the chemicals, the toiletry, how somebody had mentioned earlier, the toxic shock, that happens from tampons, and which is dangerous. And it also happens from birth control pills. That's why I was telling them the third book here in this series, The Nightmare on Sperm Street, talks about toxic shock syndrome, talks about men in Korea with two-dimensional wives. They're basically getting married to animate pictures on computer screens. The danger of how, you know, seminal fluids are absorbed and kept, and how they affect people, how they affect the thinking. And this has a lot to do with other things too in society. But the toxic shock syndrome, TSS, what it's known as, and the birth control ending, it has a very, very good section in there about that too. And Gematria, you're right. It proves a lot. Nothing proves everything, but yeah, it does. There is a mathematical formula that lets us see a little bit more.
A lot of TSS with the breast implants too.
Yes. Yeah, we have that. Girls were getting really messed up when they had the silicone. I knew a girl, she had to have them taken out. I didn't know her when she had them or had them taken out, but you know, I saw her when she told me the whole story. And I was like, wow, they start to poison the body. And that's when they came out with the saline implants. It's still within a plastic thing. I mean, you're getting nanoplastics released.
There's still in those. There's a silicone sac, and then there's a saline sac around the silicone sac, and that's the part that your body's touching the plastic. Because if it was all saline, it would just be like all drunk. So the reason silicone is because it was holding shape, but it feels all hard, and you know, it's not good to have that right on the inside of the bag the first thing, because if it leaks, you're screwed. So then that's why they came out with the like double bag, like, you know.
Yeah. No, definitely. I could see that it needs the structure of the silicone. That makes a lot of sense. White Heat Truth says, I remember what Zach said last night about people's behavior online. I've often thought about this myself. I'm doing my best to talk with folks online like I would in real life. Excellent, man. That is so excellent. That's why there's a lot of people that when I see, I'm not blaming them for what they've done, especially like, you know, being disrespectful and stuff and provocative. It's just like, okay, cool. I'm not trying to rehabilitate nobody. And it's like that person has to wake up when they want to wake up. When they want to wake up, fine. Other than that, there's not really much I can, you know, I'm not gonna, I don't know how much time I got left. I mean, nobody's promised tomorrow. So in doing these, you know, Zach has inspired me to do a lot of things. Like I'm going to follow my cartoon roots, man, to say, hey, I was talking with Scribe a little earlier, right before the stream. That's why I was a couple minutes late. I apologize for that. I'm usually like right on time with every stream, but you know,
start at a specific time every night.
Yeah, well, usually it's 10 or 10:30. Some days I might go a little early, 9 o'clock, but usually 10:30. If I'm running late, it'll be 11, but it'll always be before midnight. So like the latest I've streamed is like started a stream was like 11:45 once, and then the earliest is like 9. So definitely between, after 9, but definitely before 12. And then we go, like last night, I was getting tired. I had to get up early today to do a few things. And I let Scribe know because he's also a host and a co-host because he has the ability to start and stop the stream. Mr. X is the co-host as well, but we don't have 3 seats. So he comes on a stream like he's co-hosting today, but I couldn't leave the stream. He would have no way to end the stream. And that's why, thank goodness, Scribe was on the stream last night. I was extremely tired coming to like, I think it was about 3 hours in. So I guess you guys must have been talking after I left,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't.
10 or 9:30, 10 p.m. Brooklyn Standard Time every night?
Yeah, exactly. And like tonight was a little late, like 10:30, but I think I got on like 10:40 because he just happened to call me like around 10:20, and I was making a cup of coffee and stuff, getting ready for the stream. And we started talking about, he goes, you want to go in the cartoon direction. And he's like an excellent advisor. Scribe I've been working with him online for 6 years now. Mr. X, you had something?
No. Just I unmute just in case something pops up.
So every night, before I would say 10:30, there might, but every night, definitely at night. There's been 1 or 2 times I streamed in the day, so I wouldn't have the stream at night, but now I'm just going to keep doing it at night. This is like, I think the 50th day in a row that I've streamed, because I think I was streaming since about May 5th every day. So about, like May 4th, I think, or something like that. So it's been about, almost 50 days, I think, straight.
May the 4th with you?
Yeah, May the 4th be with you. Exactly. Yeah. So it's definitely something like that. And then, if he comes on, like it's good because if he comes on, it's like a tag team thing. If I'm getting tired, and it's like, okay, it's only an hour and 23 minutes in, but, it gets late. I always got to get up early. So it's like, I figure sometimes I've gone to bed and only gotten 3 hours sleep. Sometimes the stream goes 3 in the morning or something. And I'm just like, holy smokes. And, more and more people keep coming on and I'm like, all right, it's cool. But yeah, it's all about learning and sharing information with like this book, The Slow Death by Rubber Duck, and the previous one, Psychic Dictatorship and Snitch Culture by Jim Redden. He talks about in The Slow Death by Rubber Duck, the everyday contamination. And this is a part of the psychic dictatorship, because if they can weaken the body, it does affect the way you think. What you eat affects, the way we think. The authors subjected themselves to everyday tasks, microwaving food in plastic containers, eating sushi, and watched the levels of BPA, Teflon, PFCs, and mercury skyrocket in their blood and urine. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, they did their own guinea pig on themselves. The bioaccumulation, the book demonstrates how small exposures to multiple toxins over time add up. Another thing they don't mention is the synergistic effect with 2 or more chemicals that can, like one chemical by itself and another chemical might not be proven to show carcinogenic or detrimental effects, but combined, it could spark into something that's just crazy, to where it could really like mess stuff up, to where a person is like, wait a minute, they said this was safe. So the bioaccumulation, the book shows how multiple toxins, they add up over time, accumulate in the cells, the organs, proving that chemical-free modern living is nearly impossible. So this is another thing that people don't realize. They have poisoned the world with chemicals to where we can't live chemical-free. It's everywhere, and that's a crime. When I look in the sky and I see the trails, that's a crime scene. That's basically a crime scene. Yeah, it just well, there's stuff in the book Parlay about the semen retention. It's more of Nightmare on Sperm Street has a lot to do with the effects of sperm. Semen retention to a certain point is good, but like I have a friend, he's a medical doctor, and he makes a good point. And this is a lot. He goes, for males that, to keep the prostate running smooth, you need about 20 a month. And some people with the retention might not want to do that. So the book has a lot more in it than just, I ain't messing with no sushi, man, ever. I'm not. Yeah. I think this is serious.
Oh, welcome back. Welcome on, Sirius.
Hey, good morning, or good evening.
Good to see you, man. Any thoughts on the topic or anything new that you got?
Yeah, I just wanted, there's actually a ton of things to say, but I'll keep it brief. Yeah, definitely. We are in a soup of toxic sludge. To me, it seems like by design, and there's really no escape of that. Actually, I do think that there's a way out. I know it's very controversial, but yeah, I don't know. I one thing that you said that struck me as interesting is, I don't know who I am and where I'm at and things like that. And yeah, I think that's a big problem, and that's obviously one of the greatest mysteries of life. And I don't know. I'm kind of the belief that there is more land out there. I know we all don't agree on that. And I'm not talking about up in the sky, but actually right here. And as far as the psychosis that maybe we could be experiencing, I'm not saying that's the truth for sure. What if this place is a plane, not a planet, but a plane, and there's actually more to it? And we're kind of in a captive environment. Maybe. We all look at water, for example, and see that we put it in a cup or a glass, it stays level. They tell us that 70% of the earth is covered in water, but
Yeah,
we're
I don't
supposed
really.
to.
I know where you're getting with that. I don't really like. I look at that as how's that tell me more about where I came from or where I'm going. But I understand. No, Sunset X Sherbert, or Sunset Time Sherbert. I don't like sushi because of the parasites. It's almost impossible to find any fish without parasites. And, yes, raw fish is more, it has more nutrients than cooked fish, but the Japanese would have those tubs that they would heat up to about 105 degrees, which your skin would get scalded. You have to build up that tolerance. And they do that to bring their core temperature above that 105 to kill off the parasites from their high parasite or parasitic content. So also there's a law for fish. Like if you have a fishing boat, right? You're supposed to have the ice there because the fish is supposed to be thrown on the ice, because when you catch a fish, the parasites crawl from the gut into the flesh. And this can happen within seconds, definitely minutes. So, the ice is there to freeze the fish, throw it on the ice to keep the parasites in the organs as opposed to the meat. Like when you look at the commercial fishing thing, it's scary. It's really, and thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's really,
You go fishing for yourself. You keep the fish alive till you get home, and
it's still gonna have it. It's still like
but it's much better than killing it and then like hours later bringing it home after the parasites have already.
Oh yeah, they're all up in there. There's a family on YouTube, a man and a woman. They catch their own salmon, and she was showing when they were drying it on like a rack. They would have it hung out in the woods, like they're trying to live off grid. And she showed the worms, the pinworms that she was pulling out of it, saying that all of them have it, just the way all humans have parasites. All we can do is keep it at bay. We can minimize it. to an extent to where even we might get clear. But as soon as we encounter something, you can get them from touching a doorknob, especially if you have pets. There's no doubt. Zach, did you have something?
Oh, I got a lot to say, but I've also just been enjoying listening. I hadn't heard this phrasing that you used, psychic dictatorship. So I looked it up. I got here a little bit late and I saw it was a book. And is that where you got the phrasing from? This book by Alex Constantine?
No. We had the phrase a few friends and I before that, and then we realized that there was a book, and I was like, "Holy smoke!" So we were calling it like, this is like a psychic dictatorship, and then one day somebody was like, "Hey, there's a book by Alex Constantine called Psychic Dictatorship." I think he might have gave me a copy. I never fully read the whole thing, but yeah, it was part and parcel, the book reinforcing what we kind of knew. But Constantine, the whole title to it is more than that. It's like, where is it? It's psychic dictatorship. Man, the thing didn't save it, but it's like psychic dictatorship, something across the world or something. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to get caught up and I was looking it up. And what's funny is, I started using AI engines for the first time while my wife's foster mother was visiting her. She said I need to start making better thumbnails. So she showed me how to make a thumbnail in ChatGPT. And then for kicks, I just started asking questions. Like, that's kind of interesting the way it pulls information. What's funny is I asked ChatGPT, what is this book, Psychic Dictatorship? And it said no book exists by that name, which is obviously false.
Wow.
So that makes me think that it's gatekeeping this book.
Oh, it is. It is.
Because the ChatGPT definitely gatekeeps certain topics. So I thought, it denies the existence of this book, which you can even buy on Amazon. So that's pretty weird. Mm-hmm. But what's funny is then I pressed it further and it said, well, the closest I can come to that book is by Joost Meerloo, The RAPE of the Mind. Have you heard of this author or this book?
No, that the RAP of the mind sounds familiar, but I don't the author doesn't sound.
Yeah, again, they don't like to say that word on YouTube. So I'm spelling it. The RAPE of the Mind by Joost Meerloo. And this book was published in 1956. I do a lot of work on the number 56. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. But the book has 5 main themes, it says. It says this is how tyrants control humanity through mind control. The first tool is fear, and I don't think that's going to surprise anyone. Fear, fear, fear. Who can forget 9/11 and the color alerts? And I'll never forget when we got about a 3-month span of color alerts after 9/11. For those of you guys who weren't alive, every day they'd tell us what color alert it was. If today was going to be the day that we were going to get hit with a suitcase nuke, was it an orange day, a red day, a yellow day? But I remember it was just nonstop that. And then all of a sudden there was some missing blonde girl. And then that's all the news talked about. And I thought, what kind of joke is this? It's been nonstop fear mongering every single day. And now there's a missing blonde girl in the world. And that's all they're talking about today. I said, what a joke. I already knew it was a joke. I was like, this is just embarrassing. But anyway, fear. It says his thing is fear is what the tyrants use to control the minds of the masses. That's no kidding. But then he says the next most important thing is just repeating propaganda nonstop. Okay, that's making sense. Controlling the language. He makes the point that you have to manipulate words and meaning of words to change the way people think about things. And I think a great example of that is No Child Left Behind, what was introduced during the Bush administration, which was really about essentially leaving everybody behind. All of a sudden there were no standards and you didn't have to learn anything. You just get passed along on the conveyor belt. That's the indoctrination system. But there's a whole bunch of examples like that. I mean, it's just like, it's straight out of Orwell, Orwellian language, speaking in opposites, doublespeak. He says the fourth bullet point is mass conformity, putting pressure on people to act and behave the same way. I mean, look at that during the time of Cooties 19. I'll never forget all the advertising for out here in Washington State. It might have been some of the worst. It was nonstop ads by the pharmaceutical companies. And if it wasn't a pharmaceutical company, it was something similar saying, hey, if you're out there and you haven't gotten your shot yet, you could be responsible for the death of the next elderly person. So it's like, good God, man, can these people stop? And then he says his fifth way to control the minds of the masses, or what he writes about is the fifth way to control the minds of the masses, he refers to as mental defenses. Use of the education system. Again, I'd continue to call it an indoctrination system. And by introducing skepticism and showing that independent thinking is opposed to psychological coercion. So anyway, I haven't read this book, but it also sounds like a worthy read. It also sounds like for a lot of us who are awake to these things, maybe a bunch of no-brainer information. But yeah, I do find it funny that ChatGPT is denying the existence of the book Psychic Dictatorship, which makes me want to read it.
Yeah, it's not. I might have the old book. I got to search for it because a guy gave that to me with another one. I think it was called The Orion Mystery. And I wouldn't say it's worth buying, like if you can find it online, but if you want to get it and look through it, it's a little like both of us, we know a lot of the stuff. This one that you're telling me about, the name sounds familiar, the RAPE of the Mind by Yost Merleau. And when I typed it in just now on Google, because I have the Gemini thing where it said it has the bullet points of menticide and brainwashing. So he details the systematic tactics torturers use to break prisoners of war and extract false confessions by isolating victims, destroying their sense of time, subjecting them to continuous physical and mental strain. Coercers can break anyone's will. So like waterboarding and stuff that we've seen. Then fear and terror. Fear is weaponized, induced a state of aggression. Populations constantly terrified, abandon rational, independent thought, and blindly cling to authority for a false sense of security. Then the coercive power of language. This is the very important. He identifies verbocracy and semantic fog. Authoritarian systems weaponize language by twisting meanings. And this is very important, using repetitive propaganda slogans like you just mentioned, and enforcing conformity of speech, which ultimately degrades the public's ability to discern truth. Doublespeak, words like ethnic cleansing, genocide, collateral damage, friendly fire, which all means murder. So instead of leaving it what it is, they fluff it up. Then he goes into the fourth one, which is Pavlovian conditioning, drawing inspiration. This book actually sounds extremely interesting. If I can, but the fact that AI pulled up all this stuff, I'm just like, I might as well just look into, there's ways to keep asking it questions and get the most out of it, and just be good in that way. So then it goes Pavlovian conditioning, constant ideological. But there was something I wanted to show. I had uploaded this when you were saying it about them preaching fear. This is a map here. I'm going to see if I can fix it to get it a little closer. Because this picture here, it shows how on the left, it is showing us the map that it used to be. So right. On the left is the old weather map, and you see the sunshine spots. And on the right is the fear-induced map. So now we see that they actually are like, it looks scary. It's like it's a darker color. So they condition us with the colors, and they condition us with like fear. Like, okay, instead of partly sunny, it's going to be partly cloudy. Instead of something that could be said an easy way, like here's a close-up of it. So this is a close-up. So when you look on the left, you see the sun dots and you say, oh, okay, it's going to be 32 degrees Celsius because the UK uses the Celsius system, 35 in Middle England, 22 in Scotland. And then when you look at the map on the right, it has, you know, like a hellish type color. There's no more suns, you know, like on the left, there's no more round little suns. So this is psychologically conditioning, putting fear at people in a way where they might not even expect that the fear is there. Because the old school, weather, happy, sunny, the right one is like, oh, watch out, it's going to be very hot today. You know, there's no more, hey, you know what? Like we see it. We see the implementation of fear through just something as simple as a weather forecast. I remember one time on the news a couple of years ago, there were like falling branches, you know, so like they have trees even in Brooklyn and stuff like that. Book, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, but even in Queens and other parts, you'll see more. Even in Brooklyn, you'll see like neighborhoods with lawns in certain areas. But you know, they had a thing where branches were falling from old trees. And I remember the news said, you know, stay tuned for what to be afraid of next. Falling branches, be careful. And I'm like, what did they just, you know, and it's like, you know, stay tuned to you know, to protect yourself kind of. And I'm like, these people are horrible. And if you can't see through it, if you try to talk to somebody, they'll give you the fluoride stare. And the saddest thing is there'll be family members, friends, work associates. You know, Pavlov's dog, I had showed the picture a while ago. I don't know if I still have them. He also did those experiments on humans. He cut the hole in their cheek with the vial attached to it and shaved their heads. And they have pictures of this. Anybody can look at this online at Pavlov's human experiments. At the same time, he even did some of them before the time he did the dog experiments. But they used the dog experiments with the bell. And again, they cut the hole in the dog's cheek, put the vial so it could measure the saliva, which is a horrible Frankenstein type of experiment. And this is some serious stuff, man, to where it just, yeah, it really has me thinking, you know, with this book that you just mentioned, The Pavlovian Condition, I'm glad he had this on the 4th bullet point. It gave me 6. So then the next one is unobtrusive coercion in modern society. So beyond overt military torture, Merleau warns that these same psychological tactics, such as peer pressure, mass delusion, which is what we see peer pressure, we see mass delusion, and modern technological persuasion are used in democratic societies to promote political conformity and consumerism. If we add this in with Dr. Jose Delgado's Wi-Fi experiments of using remote control radio waves to affect the monkeys in the experiment to induce apathy and also aggression. So we have that. Then the 6th point he has, defending the mind. To combat these threats, he stresses the importance of fostering individual resilience, maintaining inner freedom, and cultivating a healthy skepticism toward authorities, calling for vigilance and safeguarding personal freedoms and independent thinking. So this actually, I think the RAP of the mind by the Dutch psychoanalyst Hoost, I think because it's a J-O-O-S, I think the J in Dutch is a NH sound, because like in German, the J is Hota. So Hoost, I guess, would be his name. Merleau. Yeah, this book looks like it might, I don't want to say it is better than Alex Constantine's Psychic Dictatorship, but I like that he gives us a defense, you know, like to say, okay, to defend yourself, like how do you defend the mind? So yeah, so let me add that in.
About his book being focused on torture, I often think about how at the beginning of this 21st century after 9/11, there was so much of a focus on, is it right that the U.S. is using torture and taking these would-be terrorists to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and torturing them to get information to keep us safe from the next attack? And everybody should know that's a total load, because, of course, when they got the mastermind in Operation Neptune Spear, they just threw him in the ocean in a second rather than using the torture tactics to get out all the intel we needed from how he hid for so long, for so well. But by the way, if you guys don't know, Operation Neptune Spear, what supposedly got bin Laden, Neptune in astrology is Poseidon, and Poseidon holds the trident, and the trident was part of the architecture of the World Trade Centers. And there's a lot to say about it. Seattle had a lot to do with the World Trade Centers. It was designed by a Japanese American from Seattle, think of Kamikazes. You might recall in baseball that year, the Japanese sensation Ichiro had come over, and the Mariners hosted the All-Star game that year in their new stadium. And the Mariners were supposed to win the World Series, but they got beat by New York just before the World Series. And then the World Trade Centers came down, and that interrupted the playoffs. And then anyway, Magnus and Klemenkic Associates out of Seattle helped build the World Trade Centers, and Boeing out of Seattle. Supposedly those were the planes that melted into the building. To this date, there's no proof that there were any planes. But again, Seattle, their baseball team, I brought up the Mariners who got knocked out by the Yankees. You know, they carry around the trident for Poseidon because we're the city by the sea. I'm out here in Washington State. It's just all this symbolism and ritualism goes over everybody's head. But coming back to the torture point, we debated on if it was okay for essentially the U.S. government to use torture. And I just think about what it is to be a child in today's world. Imagine you were born around the time of 2010. You're starting to come into a cognitive state shortly after Sandy HOOK. And just imagine coming up in the state school system. It's nonstop active shooter drills in school. Every student thinks they're going to be the next victim of a mass shooting. The nonstop mass shootings in the news, which are mostly all orchestrated by the state. And again, just the ritualism, you guys. I couldn't believe that people didn't catch on. The first person to get the shot for Cooties 19 was Sandy Lindsay on the anniversary of Sandy HOOK. And what's more amazing is if you go back and look at Sandy HOOK, it was established in 1956, that school. The shooting happened 56 years later. The shooter's name, Adam Peter Lanza, equals 56. Just like Corona, virus. And that was the number all over that pandemic. I wrote a book about this. But just everything they're doing is one big sick joke. And that's also about what they've done to the youth. I mean, they're scared of everything. They're scared of school shootings. They're scared of germs. A lot of them spend a big part now of their childhood watching everybody go around wearing a mask, being afraid to touch anything, being told they need to Lysol every last thing when Lysol's highly carcinogenic. It's just, everything. That's the stuff they do is annoying to us as adults, but really who they're targeting is the children, because in no time, they're the future generation that now have all the power and will vote every last right and liberty away that they have. Not that that really matters because our votes are rigged, but they'll just consent to it and go along with it with absolutely zero resistance, even though you're a little bit older than me. I mean, our generations aren't the greatest resistance, but there's a few of us. I just feel like the younger generation, they're well lubricated to just let it all just slip away so easily. So,
yeah. They have, you know what it is too? They have better devices now to control the mind, the psychic dictatorship, the graping of the mind. It, like, when I look at when we were growing up, we had less technology, which I think it was like they were getting it ready. And there was still stuff that kind of, I think the music was probably the most, the music and the sports. Those are probably the two big ones. They learned, like the Vietnam protest. I spoke with a guy who was the generation before me, and he said that, well, he's actually like two generations before. And he said, man, he goes, there was so many protests every day. He said, just, it was ridiculous with the Vietnam thing. So when it came to where that was ending, they already knew this is how we deal with this. So it was like this thing behind the scenes it'll throw stuff out there to see how we react. And then, okay, it'll figure out how do we combat that. And they know that the memory, like I wonder about this, the Men in Black neuralizer. The closest thing I've found to that in reality is an experiment that they've done with mice recently. You know, they've shown us a recent one. They've probably been doing it for 30 years then. But they use blue LEDs. And anybody can look up this experiment where they'll have the mice run through a maze. So you got two mazes side by side. Both mice know how to run through the maze, get the cheese at the end. They'll flash the one on the right with the blue LED light in a certain succession of flashes. And that mouse will forget how to get through the maze and have to learn it again, as opposed to the other one, which still makes it through because it remembers. So they're showing, anybody can look this up, how there's certain techniques using blue LEDs that can erase short-term memory in mice. Now, apply this, you know, and this is what they're telling us. So now the computer works on blue LED lights mostly. They're replacing a lot of light bulbs with LEDs, which are cool part of the LED spectrum, which would be blue. Fluorescents are also based on the blue spectrum. When they had used the warm pink spectrum, they had something that suspected that it linked to causing leukemia, I think, in schools in Iowa or Ohio. I'm not sure which state, but anybody can look it up and see that these experiments are accessible to see what would happen. So now when we look at the fact that incandescent bulbs, I think they passed the law in 2011 or 2012, where you can't manufacture them. It's illegal to make an incandescent light bulb. And so I'm saying, wait a second, why? Because the incandescent doesn't flicker as much. It has a steady glow, and it can more emulate the spectrum of sunlight than can the fluorescents. Fluorescents flicker at an extremely high rate, which affects the nervous system. They're almost imperceivable until the fluorescence starts to fail, and that's when you see it start flickering. But that flicker is at a much higher rate when they're brand new, to where it's imperceivable to the mind just, you know, looking at it. You'd have to have like some type of meter to detect it. LEDs, I think, flicker as well, but they also can stress people out without them knowing. But the scariest part is that this test with the mice that shows that they can affect short-term memory. And this is just the stuff, if they're openly telling us about this, I wouldn't be surprised if, like how in the Men in Black movie, they were trying to, like they had one of the neuralizers in the torch for the Liberty, the Statue of Liberty, when they had the whole city mind wiped, where Tommy Lee Jones tells Will Smith, you got a lot to learn, and he puts the glasses on and it just flashes the entire city at night. So therefore, now they don't remember what happened in the last hour or 2 hours. And the fact that they had the dial on the neuralizer to put it to where, what do you want to erase? 10 minutes, you know, an hour, 2 days. And when they had erased Kay's memory when he was leaving the bureau, when he said, look, I'm training a replacement. And it was 30 years of, you know, because I think he had been working on Men in Black for 30 years, according to the movie. So right now, we in as far as LEDs, we have real experiments that show that. Revolutionaries, as crazy as it may sound, a revolutionary today, I would consider somebody who's who manufactures incandescent light bulbs, to say, look, that's or a candle. A candle is burning a steady flame. And also there's a study that shows that looking at a candle, looking at a fireplace, a candle, something with organic fire actually causes the creation of stem cells in the body. I have to look further into it. I read it a couple of months ago, but anybody can look that study up too. So in having fire like how they would have in those oil lamps in the home, that also burns a steady light. It's not if it flickers because you don't have the cover on to protect the flame from the wind. So we look at this and we start to say, wow, the older basic ways, if you look back at older stuff that didn't need updates, didn't need programming, that lasted for over 100 years, they got rid of that slowly. I remember people when I grew up, you know, a lot of the cars were from the muscle cars from the 60s and 70s that were in the 80s. And those cars you would see around, even though they were 10 to 20 years old. Even in the 90s, you started seeing them, but then they started getting phased out. Now I heard they just recently had something with junkyards catching fire, getting rid of older cars that aren't as electronic. This is like slowly but surely going toward what Constantine and Merleau were writing about the psychic dictatorships, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if you had anything. If you want to add in anything, Zach, or I'll go through some of the comments with the old world technology. Yeah, it really, the old world technology, just looking, I mean, it lasts. Yeah. And I've heard that parasites do cause cancer. I heard that parasite medicine was shrinking cancer tumors. There was a doc that had something about that. Yeah. Psychic dictatorship means, yeah, we have, Jet. Yeah, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
I wanted to chime in about what you were saying about the blue lights and what it does to memory. You know, in recent years in the education system, they've pretty much just gotten rid of pen and paper, and everybody uses their little Google laptop. And teachers have been horrified at the results. The students are dumber than ever. They don't seem to remember anything. They can't follow simple instructions. A lot of students just, when asked a question, will simply write the exact question back down as the answer because that's the best they can do. And I do wonder how much the blue light there is contributing, and just what's happened to people's attention spans. I mean, there's no attention span in society anymore. I don't know if you ever look at your analytics for your video. I don't know if it's different for your channel, but you know, I'm doing hour-plus live streams, and the data I get back every single day is the average person watched for 2.5 to 3 minutes every single time.
Yeah, yeah, I've noticed that even on the last ones I check it. It's giving it more on my end. Maybe a 3-hour stream, it'll say the average time is 20 minutes. But I think that comes from people that click the video for like a minute or even a half a minute, and then they leave it. And now, pardon me, a person that watches the entire 3-hour video, now for that other person clicking it for a minute, it drops to an hour and a half. So you got one person that watched it for 3 hours, the other person that watched it for a minute. And then if they do that again, it'll drop it again to possibly 45 minutes now. This is the thing. Now, I don't know if this is happening by like feds or government, you know, plants that are on YouTube, or just people that are just very hateful. And there's no shortage of the hateful people. I mean, if you disagree with something that they believe in, they'll hate you for it. I've seen people, like when I had that guy on here that talked about the World Trade Center, and the video was deleted within 2 hours of us doing the stream because he had a troll that came over from Facebook and was just, you know, they were arguing over the direct energy weapons versus something else. And I looked at this and I said, man, these zombies are so dangerous that they will destroy themselves just to destroy you. And this is why I don't tolerate them at all anymore. I mean, once I sense any little thing in them, it's like, hey, have a nice day. But they will, just like zombies in a movie, come back relentless. Like if somebody told me they don't want me to go on their stream, I just would never go on their stream again. I don't see what the big thing is. I don't see what, I've had people where streams I've left, a couple other recent streams within the last month, where they would get very religious, or they would attack me. The evolution religion would say, oh, you know, this is scientific. And then I realized, I say, okay, the host of those channels are also affected by the laws of stupidity. And again, it's not that that they're bad people. It's stupidity affects us all. It's that I got to be smart enough to realize these people aren't smart enough to see their own stupidity. And they'll never say that. They'll always, for some reason, they're not stupid. I'm like, really? So I'm the only one that can be stupid, right? At least I can admit it, because I tell them, look, I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid. Now imagine being so stupid that you don't even know you're stupid. That's worse. So at least I know that I can do very, very dumb stuff, and I can learn from it and say, okay, why did I, say that? Why did I act like that? And a lot of it, I've noticed the problems that I've encountered online is actually being too nice. It's actually being too courteous to people, to say, okay, this person showed me that they're a piece of crap, and I know you can't polish a turd. There's no reason for me to try to even iron things out with them, because once somebody shows you who they are, you believe them. I saw a comment where somebody had left a comment before saying stuff, I see what they're trying to bring in. I see what they're trying to bring in. Like X and I, we already know. I don't argue about, Earth and, the shape, all of this stuff. People start arguing. I said, listen, I don't even want to get into that, because it distracts me from, okay, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how we may have been created genetically. I don't think I'm ever going to figure out who or what created us, because something could come on Earth now and raise the dead and all of that, and could still be not the right, it could be lying, If people lie, why wouldn't aliens lie? It's like it's saying magically a spiritual being wouldn't lie. I'm not saying that it would totally, but you got to keep that in mind. I'm more concerned, okay, I'm going to die soon. Maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's tonight, maybe it's 30 years from now. But that's important to me. And it's more important than these people, these trolls that just, it's like a distraction. They're like the news. They remind me of the government. And I got to be smart enough to know that they might not be doing it out of malicious intent. It's like Dietrich Bonhoeffer wrote in his Theory of Stupidity before he got executed in the concentration camp. He said, we're defenseless against this. We don't know. It can pop up anywhere. That the guards, they're executing him out of stupidity, not out of malice. And it's like when I was in the military, the person that drops the grenade doesn't really mean to drop that grenade. They're not saying, hey, I'm going to pull the pin and drop it and get rid of both of us. No, one guy was trying to throw the grenade, because you got to throw 2 live grenades to graduate basic training when I went, and he dropped it and killed himself and the drill sergeant. Wow. So everybody else, we had to throw our grenades without somebody in the bunker with us. And they were just like, look, good luck. If this idiot didn't just kill one of the drill sergeants by accident too. So the drill sergeants knew that, hey, this is how dangerous stupidity is. You have people that, like a guy I knew, he had joined about 10 years after me, and he had accidentally shot someone that was coming back into the camp. And I was like, holy smokes. I was like, what an idiot, man. And they were going to court-martial him, he was telling me. And I was just like his father had went, and I don't know how he got out of it, but I was like, man, I've known you since, we were younger, but I'm like, that's a real stupid move, man. And you can't, sometimes you do some stupid stuff. There ain't no sorry. It's too late for sorry at that point. It's the chopping block. It's like, especially in the military, because we're not subjected to civilian law. It's even worse. We have UCMJ, the United Code of Military Justice, basically where they just firing squad you. It's very brutal, But I look at that like a lot of these people on the internet, like you were saying about, you see the watch time and it goes down. And it was funny that you said that, because I just recently checked it, because somebody brought it up to me about that. And I said, let me just look. And it was still around 20 minutes. And I noticed no matter how many hours I could do a 5-hour live stream, 20 minutes. And I'm like, what the heck? And I know people that listen to the whole stream. I have people that leave comments. Darkest Night, He's been with us for about 6 years since the other channel, and he will just listen. He goes, man, he goes, I put it on when I'm at work and I listen to the entire stream. He'll catch up on all the streams. He'll leave comments. And, you know, so I see that there are good people out there, but there are more people that are not good. Some malicious, you know, they'll maliciously, you know, just strike, you know, try to, you know, always downvote the channel, all type of stuff. Fine. But the more dangerous than them are the stupid, are the people that mean well, but they'll destroy stuff. So they're so much more dangerous. And the sad thing is, they're not bad people. They're just stupid. You know, and I've done it myself many times. I've done, you know, say, man, why did I do that? I've had times where I'm like, why did I even pick up the phone? I know I shouldn't have picked up the phone to talk to this person. And now I'm trying to get them off the line because I'm busy doing work. And I'm saying, look, when I'm in the middle of creating something or writing a script, it's like some of these guys say, you have to keep the people that are time wasters at bay. Like some people will criticize the stream. They'll criticize some stuff. I'm like, okay, where's your channel? Where's your live streams? Of course you don't have one. Of course you'll never be criticized by somebody doing better than you. So when I see people that do this stuff, I'm like, all right, look, why don't you make your own channel? Why don't you make your own channel, spread the truth, do what you want to do? Oh no, you're a parasite. You want to parasitize somebody else's channel. Now you do a great thing by letting people come on. You got a great channel and you help people. I'm sure, you know, you've ran into people that try to push their opinions over here. People try it all the time. And there's some of the old streams where we get into it a little, and people might look at those streams and say, oh, well, you know, you were acting a little harsh. And I say, well, do you understand that people can advance, right? Like other people that don't show when they weren't as advanced as they are now, to me, are just hiding. They're hiding their mess ups previously because they try to act like they've never made mistakes. I tell people, look, I've made mistakes and I will make them again. And these people that sometimes I'm cool with or whatever, and it's like, I'm not saying I will never black out against somebody again or tell them to go screw themselves or something like that. I'm just trying to stay in a more mature state of mind to say, you know what, it's not even worth arguing with anybody really, because I'm going to be dead soon. And I'm trying to figure out, like, that's a very important thing. I don't know. People will tell me, well, you know, the earth, this, it's like, I don't want to hear that shit. It's like, go take your, I don't care, round, flat, whatever the hell, it just doesn't, you know, my co-host, he was getting on that with me. And I said, look, bro, I said, if I die tonight, I'll be happy that I didn't talk about the shape of the earth. I'll tell you that.
Or when Flat Earth went viral the summer of 2015, which Google purposefully did because they knew it was super divisive, I just kept telling people, because no matter what topic I did, all my comment section would be at that time is, hey, what do you think about the flat earth? And I would just constantly say to people, it doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is. What matters is what is going on earth that humanity has the power to stop if we come together to stop it. And that's just the thing that I've realized doing this for 13 years. People just almost have an inability. It almost seems like an impossibility to work together and cooperate without some kind of just needless feud breaking out. It's like, I just saw even the super chat that was sent to you at the beginning of your stream yesterday. And it's fine, but I also see where the root of that thing is. They're like, hey, maxed out, don't worry about Zach. His knowledge base is nowhere near yours. And it's like, okay, well, it's nice to give him $5. But still, like, what is the root of that comment? I mean, you know what I mean?
I had to let him know, like,
competition. It's like, we're not even trying to compete. We're trying to share information. And obviously, you know things I don't. I know things you don't. We're trying to work together. But just the root of that comment is also why just so much strife starts with people. And it does come from the indoctrination system. We are taught to compete with each other from the youngest ages. But it's just, there's so many things that are wrong. I can't tell you how many people I've tutored along and taught this knowledge to. And then 3 months after spending a lot of time where they're calling me and asking all these questions and Zach, help me understand this. 3 months later, now they're competing with me online saying, I'm way better than this. And Zach, it's like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah, I mean, it's really messed up. Yeah. And I don't think T-Raf, like, again, I think it was like him maybe saying that. I mean, it's like, look, anybody can look at it. You got a much stronger channel. You've been doing it for longer. And you're way ahead of me in gematria. I'm like a beginner, and you're a master at that. And you're right. There's a few things on other ends I might know a little more about, but it's not about that.
It's not even that. No, you're older than me and have more life experience. And I can tell just from, I only came across you about a week or so ago, but I just started listening, going through your stuff. I was like, oh, I really like what this guy's doing over here. I wish that So yeah, if I had to bet, I would bet that you're more knowledgeable about more things than me, and that's fine. But it's just like, what is the point of even saying that?
Yes, yeah, we shouldn't even have to say that. I would say, if anybody would ask me, I would say, look, for Zach being a generation before, say 10 years or whatever, he's so much more knowledgeable than me in that sense that I didn't know what he knows when I was 10 years younger. And it's like, I got to give him credit for that. And it's like you said, we don't even really need to bring it up, but that's what we should be talking about more instead of somebody, knows more or whatever. It's like, and nothing against T-Raf. T-Raf is a cool guy. I think he's from over in the UK. Really cool dude. Has been with us for a while. And I think it's maybe a part that he likes me doing the streams. He's been with us, and maybe he sees that you are extremely intelligent and have a lot of knowledge. And maybe and I'm just going out on a limb saying maybe he thinks that maybe I'm insecure or something, but I'm not. I'm like, hey, shit, Zach's the one that's helping me boost the channel up. If anything, how could you not be grateful to the guy? And of course, there's going to be things that he knows or he looks into, or maybe a belief system that might be different from what I have, and that's okay. That's called maturity. The fact that people can get along and learn from one another and not have the total beliefs that each other have. Like Scribe, we've gotten into the shape of the earth thing, and Mr. X and I, we don't even debate it. We don't even talk. We're just like, look, if that's what you want to believe, fine. How does that help me know about death? How does that help me know about, like you were saying, things we can fix on earth, no matter what shape, whatever it is? Fine, great. And I told Scribe, I said, look, write books, bro. Write books, publish books. If you want to talk about gravity, publish a book on it. Now, I know their textbooks has flaws, especially when they teach evolution and stuff. So I would have to write and publish stuff. It only goes so far with me talking about it. And once he can publish stuff, and it's out there, or anybody else that wants to challenge the model of the earth and stuff, like, yeah, without a doubt, why wouldn't there be other continents that exist that they didn't tell us about, right? Let's charter a plane. Let's start a GoFundMe. I noticed none of these guys want to do that. Eric Dubé, who runs the Flat Earth Cult, and some of these other guys, he's over in Thailand. He's living off the money he's grifted off of these people who were gullible enough to give him money because they're part of the Flat Earth Cult. And I would say, why doesn't he rent a plane? Because I'm curious. I'm saying, okay, look, you're saying if I fly on this plane route, it's on a flat model, it'll go this way. Well, why don't you test the model? Oh, you don't test it because you might find out that what you're believing in is not true.
Oh, gosh.
One of the guys, didn't he?
Well, it should be over for him, but it's a religion, right? And you can't convince what's the quote about? You can't convince a believer of anything because their world's not based on evidence. It's just based on a deep need to believe, or however that quote goes. Eric, I mean, somebody's done the clip on him, how years ago, how he was saying he would like to go down to Antarctica, but you're not allowed to because of the military blockade, which is another one of these flat earth community fictions. Well, again, I'm sure you know about how a year and a half ago, some guy came out of nowhere and he offered all this money to fly these flat earthers down to Antarctica. And he was the first one he offered the trip to, and he declined it.
Yep. He's a priest, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Jeranism and some of the other ones took it. Yeah, and, Jeranism gave up the whole flat earth thing. But, Eric Dubay, and he's like, oh yeah, it's obvious they were on a studio set and that wasn't even really Antarctica. And it's like, who's still listening to this guy? Why didn't you go there? I mean, you were offered the trip. You said all these years ago you'd like to go there, but you can't because it's guarded by a. So I mean, anyone with a brain would look at this and go, okay, this guy's obviously full of it. It's obvious everything he's been preaching obviously isn't true. Why would so? And that's the whole problem with just the religious mindset. These people don't move in their beliefs; they just stay stuck in their lane, no matter what evidence is out there. And that's kind of what we see about the zombie masses that you talk about that believe so much in the state because they're indoctrination. You show them all the things that's wrong with the state and the media and the programming, and they don't move either. Instead, they start looking at you like you're the enemy because you're threatening their worldview.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And I have, I'm the first to say it's the theory of gravity. Yes, it's the theory. Some things fall. It can be affected by electricity. It can be affected by metals. If you take a copper tube and you drop a magnet through it, it will drop at a much slower rate than if it's not around the tube. So the copper tube and the magnet are affecting each other, and the gravitational force is working a lot less. So gravity can be manipulated in some states like that. A propulsion engine can break the force, and that's how planes fly. So if these experiments, if I saw flat earthers say, look, you know what, I'm going to start doing this in a scientific manner, and I'm going to keep doing these tests because I want to know, I would say, wow, that's great. I want to know too. Keep me informed. But all I hear is like what you're saying, a religion. Believe me, they're lying. I know everything. Dinosaurs are fake. And I'm saying to myself, well, I've been studying archaeologists since the 90s, in the late 90s. So I'm saying, okay, yeah, you got a good point. A lot of fossils are recreations and all of that. Why don't you publish a couple of books? Why don't you teach using the scientific method to show me how it's scientific? No, I don't see that. All I see and Sirius had a good point. Like he was bringing up, and I know where he was going with the glass of water and the water levels itself. And I'm saying, yeah, but if you chuck that water in the air, what does it form? Droplets, round droplets. I say, when I get out the shower, the water clings to my nuts, just like the water probably clings to around Earth. I don't know, but it's just basic stuff like that. Trying to tell guys, it's like, hey, you know what? I'd like to talk about it, but talk about it from a scientific aspect.
Right. Not like an asylum aspect. Basically.
Yeah,
that's how they sound.
Yeah, and Scribe, Mr. X, Scribe and I, and Scribe's like my brother, man. We've gotten into it, and I'm a Scribe. Where's this getting us, man? It's
nowhere.
It's not getting us anywhere. I don't care about Bigfoot.
Yeah, I don't think other people care about it either. It's a boring topic, to be honest with you.
I honestly think when I look at it more and more that it's a psyop. I really,
I agree too.
It is. 100%. Google promoted it so hard the summer of 2015. See, here's the way I saw it. As somebody who was what you would define as awake, especially from the time 9/11. What I found that is, everyone had, all the fear mongering. I mean, the world's going to end in 2012. What I noticed around that time is I'd be at parties and people would be like, hey, man, have you heard about this movie Zeitgeist? And I'd be like, whoa, did you see this movie when it came out, Zeitgeist?
Yeah.
But I was like, wow, people are starting to ask me things that I would have been asking them a long time ago. And I was like, it seems like humanity might be moving a little bit. People are starting to question things and look into things. Yeah. And then all of us, I felt like we were making this progress. I had this optimism. That was part of why I started just speaking out nonstop in 2013. I've been putting out content nonstop since 2013. But then the summer of 2015, Flat Earth comes along, and I just felt like it was just the worst thing ever. I had people that were helping me with my research. And then they're like, hey, Zach, are you on board with this flat Earth thing? And I'd say, personally, I don't think the Earth is flat. I mean, watch the sunrise and sunset and tell me how that works on a flat Earth. I mean, again, you just look, people be showing that flat Earth map. I'd be like, look at that thing. If that's the way it worked, depending on where you were on the Earth, you'd see all sides of the moon, which we don't. We only see one side. For some people, the sun would be setting in the south. For other people, it'd be rising in the north. I said that this nobody observes any of this, so that I don't know why you're showing me that and telling me you think the world works that way. And then they get mad. They're like, "What? You're," and just for 6 straight months they've been working with me. Great commenter, doing additional research. Now they don't want anything to do with me because I pointed out everything that I thought was wrong with this whole flat Earth thing.
Yeah,
I just realized I was like, this is religion. This is religion, and these people have been brought into this new religion, and you're either with them or against them. So.
Yeah. Just like atheism or evolutionists, same thing.
Very close. If you don't believe in atheism, evolution, you're not scientific. And it's like, well, it's like I tell them, you know, can you show me scientifically, empirical science that you can measure, repeat, you can observe? And of course not. They'll bring in, well, you know, 300,000 years ago. Okay, great. It's a great theory, fairy tale, whatever they want to call it, but it's not science. And, you know, the more I look at it, Matt, I remember going on a stream a couple of months ago and I brought out the math of it. I said, okay, 20 amino acids to form a protein, which most proteins are more than 100 amino acids, but to keep it simple, 20 amino acids to form by chance is 10 to the 20th. That's an enormously large number. It's 100 quintillion. So that is still saying, okay, 100 quintillion. So you're looking at what is it? A million seconds is 11 days. I think a billion seconds is 31 years. So a trillion seconds would be 31,000 years. So a quadrillion seconds would be 310,000. You know, matter of fact, 31,000 years, it would be times 1,000. So it'd be 3.1 million for a quadrillion. So now we take that 3.1 million and a quadrillion to a quintillion. We're going up another 1,000. So 3.1 billion seconds is a quintillion seconds, right? So if that were to change every second, you have 3.1 billion years just for 20 amino acids to form a protein. And there are some proteins that certain formations are not going to happen by chance. But for sake of argument,
take a break.
Yeah. And the guy was telling me like, oh, well, you know, these things could happen faster. And I said, you're not understanding the math of the situation. And one of the guys, he goes, oh, this guy is bringing in math. You know, and I'm saying to myself, like, wait a second, he's bringing in math. I'm like, math is science that's showing you what you're believing in is improbable. It's not going to happen. Like you can roll dice 1,000 times and get a 7. Can you do it 1,000,000 times? Can you do it 1,000,000,000 times? No, it's not probable. You can say it's possible, but it's not probable. And they don't like to talk about science. And that's when I realized that's when I have to back off and say, okay, my ego is the only thing I'm battling with. The real enemy is ignorance and stupidity. So I got to realize, like, you know what? Who cares if this person believes me? They're going to die with that belief. They're not going to contemplate what comes next. They want to sit here, like Dr. David Suzuki said, we're all on a bus heading off the edge of the cliff, and everybody's arguing about where they're sitting. Nobody.
Right. That's exactly how I was pretty much phrasing it. It's like you guys are fighting about the shape of the earth while we need to stop what I've always said that we're being driven off a cliff, like the way once upon a time hunters would drive the herd off the cliff to get a big pile of meat. It's amazing they don't see it, and it's evidence of the idiocracy we live in, really. And the thing that's so sad is if you go against flat Earth, I mean, every time I take the time to talk about everything wrong with flat Earth, I lose a big chunk of subscribers every single time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it shows me how passionate people are about this subject that literally makes zero sense based on what is physically observable about this world. But yeah, it's just, you know, the thing that's interesting to think about though, is there's a lot, if you call the truth-seeking community, there's a huge percentage of flat earthers. I'd say it might even be close to 50%.
Oh, there's a lot. I knew a lady when I produced Descendants of Atlantis 10 years ago in 2016, Pimentel, I think her last name, and she's an archaeologist, into archaeology. And back in 2016, all of a sudden, I guess the flat earth got to her and she's like, oh, that's it. The earth is flat. And I saw she was just basically didn't want to argue. And they come at you aggressively. They come at you aggressively, like, oh, you don't believe the earth is flat. And me personally, I'm like, listen, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a veteran in verbal argument. I'm like, really? You want to get into it? You want to start roasting? Fine. It's like, pull your head out your ass and we can start. And they bully people. They bully. Oh, so you believe the round earth?
They're very insulting, and it can get real irritating when you're an intelligent person. You're like, okay, this moron thinks they're some kind of genius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, it is infuriating.
And I'll give the first guy that brought it out, I think, that they all have beef with now, Mark Sargent. I think when I saw his video. And it was years after. I didn't even know people with the flat earth until
Mark Sargent lives with his mom, right?
No, I didn't know that. Holy
shit. That's why it has to be a psyop. It's just such a stereotype. I mean, he's like a 50-year-old man living with his mom claiming the earth is flat.
Well, I think they're against him now. I think the flat earthers don't like him. Like they were saying that he was a plant and all of this, because his video, the cult of the white lab coat, it was excellent. And I told people, I said, look, this makes sense. He's right. There's a cult of the white lab coat. You put on a white lab coat, people are going to listen to you. I remember I worked at a vitamin shop in the mall back in the 90s when I got out the military, and they said, you got to wear this white coat. And chicks were like, are you a doctor or something? And I'm like, nah, I'm here, I tell you about the vitamins and stuff, And I saw the effect that just wearing that white lab jacket had. And when I saw that, I said, okay, that makes sense. He's right. There is a cult of the white lab coat. But then he got into, like, on that video, I don't think he got into the flat stuff. But when I talked to other people about it, they mentioned like he was one of the first ones that brought it out. And, nothing against him, wherever he lives, whatever. Hey, people go through what they go through. But it's to say that, because if I do that, then they'll say, well, you're just, because it's kind of ad hominem, to say, okay, I'm just going to keep it on the science with him and say, okay, this is what it is. That makes sense. But I'm not going to sit there and say, okay, this is the most flat earthers will be like, okay, that's true. I'm going to believe everything else he says. And it's like, well, now you're in a cult. You're not even thinking. And I don't think like Robertson, hey, if you want to cheerlead for Eric Dubé, great. But I think, and I've told Scribe this, I said, listen, I think this guy is a sham artist, because me personally, when they tell me, oh, on a flat earth map, the reason they go from, I think it's South America to Africa, back down to Australia, is because that's a straight line on the flat earth map. I'm like, okay, let's start a GoFundMe, let's rent a plane, and let's fly. No, magically now, they all, holding on to their skirts. And I'm saying, well, don't you want to know? Like that priest who offered to fly people down. I looked at that flight because I said, okay, how much is a flight to Antarctica? It was like 50 grand. So he probably chartered a plane. Now, Jeranism went off the handle. Like he went there. Okay, cool. I see the sun is 24 hours, right? He could have went to Alaska to do the same shit. But now I think he's on board with the evolution.
You know why they didn't go to Alaska, right?
Why?
Because that video is already all over the internet. That's why the flat earthers, and Antarctica was already on the internet too, but there's just not as much documentation because it's common to go to Alaska, right? Like you just said, Antarctica's expensive, Alaska's not.
Yeah.
So that's why the flat earthers maintain this theory that there is no Antarctica. It's the ice wall. There's no 24-hour sun there. But what drives me nuts about the flat earthers is, okay, so you guys know there's a 24-hour sun in Alaska during the summertime in the northern hemisphere. That alone should tell you that the earth isn't flat. There's no way to replicate that on it just kills me that they
I don't even entertain it. Like Fish is saying, look, I don't think the moon landings happen. I mean, people might tell me, well, they went to the moon, and I'm like, listen, I don't know, but I don't. From when I asked one guy that came on like Retro, his father worked for NASA. And I'm like, okay, he's been on the stream many times. I'm like, so you think Nixon picked up a phone and called the moon? And he's like, well, you know, there's laser things where they talked from Vietnam to China. I'm like, okay, fine. So you're telling me that somehow
he picked up a rotary phone too.
Yeah, you know, and I'm saying to myself, okay, if you're doing science, you every microgram is accounted for. You're not going to take more than you need because you're dealing with the mathematics of the fuel, the propulsion, all of this stuff. And they're playing golf on, if playing golf on what appears to be a simulated moon, I mean, that's a spit in the face. They're laughing at us. It's like, wait a second, they're on the moon playing golf. It's like, are you out of your mind?
The symbolism too, right? Again, they supposedly planted the Scottish Rite flag on the moon. You're aware of this, right?
No, yeah, I didn't know it was a Scottish.
Yeah, it's part of the Masonic lore. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. Anyone can look it up. They supposedly planted the Scottish Rite flag there. And just for the record, in Gematria, Scottish Rite equals moon. But again, look up the Masonic arch. What's at the top of the arch? Cancer, the 69. And Cancer's ruled by the moon in astrology. So you have a moon landing in Cancer in the time of 69, when that's a huge Masonic symbol, the Masonic arch with Cancer right at the top center of the arch with the big 69 on it. I mean, it's just, that's the thing. Like Manly P. Hall said, if people would learn to recognize signs and symbols, a great veil would be lifted from their eyes. All this ritualism goes on in our faces every day. And this ritualism is what's used to control our minds.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's hard for people to keep up, but just this latest moon mission that launches on April Fool's Day.
My goodness, that was, I couldn't even believe it. I just, $90 billion. 90, that's what I kept telling people. Whenever they bring it up, $90 billion.
And now they want to build a moon base. When the West Coast, you go to any of these cities, it seems like half the city's homeless.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just, you know, Gil Scott Heron had talked about that in the 70s. I was too young, but it was a thing because he made a song called The Bottle, like about alcoholism, living in the bottle. And he talked about that. He goes, they're on the moon and, you know, people still need stuff to eat. And, you know, he was saying it as if, okay, maybe they are. And I ascribed the other day, I said, that song by REM, If You Believe They Put a Man on the Moon, I said, I think they're mocking it, right? And he goes, yeah. He goes, they're mocking it. What I think the flat earth religion did was, I think they took together a lot of different things, or maybe it was the CIA or something that put it together and said, okay, we're gonna make this thing the whole flat earth thing. And if it wasn't them, I was telling them, I said, okay, you know, the two things they touched on, that they don't care if people fight over the shape of the earth or whatever. But when you touch NASA and you touch evolution, that's their golden calf, because that keeps people in a state of mind control. I mean, they build universities, they build, you know, they have these priests disguised as professors trying to tell you that they know where life came from. And it's always a violent thing, a gunshot, a bang, a big bang, right? It's always the struggle for life. And if people really knew and they looked at On the Origin of Species, which is the equivalent of basically their Bible, this book right here, this is the Bible for atheists and evolutionists. And when we zoom into the title, we see, wait a minute. So the other part of the title, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. I wonder why they didn't use that instead of On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. Maybe because they would see the bigotry that's involved in the whole theory of evolution. And this is just The Origin of Species. If you read The Descent of Man, it's horrible. It's on a level of, you know, Dr. Richard Wyckoff wrote that book, From Darwin to Hitler, showing. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. He says, does the CIA work for government, or government works for the CIA? You know what, man? I really think the government That's the fictional entity that the CIA is one of the organizations that basically write policy for the government. So yeah, I do think it's the CIA, whoever's behind the scenes. It's there's definitely more than, you know, government is a fiction. It's hard. Whenever I bring that up, it's harder to try to get that across, because they're like, wait a minute, so you're saying we don't need laws? And I'm like, well, if you have morality tells you can't pollute the river. Laws tell you you can pollute it this much. So it opens the door to corruption because of sloth. So when a person is lazy, they'll say, you know what, you do it for me, I'll vote you in there. And that's the beginning of the end, to say, oh no, we're supposed to do that. My shift is from 8 at night till 2 in the morning, my 8 hours. That's when I police the neighborhood, then somebody else, and then somebody. If we don't do that, then we got to have police do it. And if you do that, you see what we get into. So if the community doesn't take care of everything themselves and you leave it for somebody else, that's sloth. That's one of the deadly vices. If you give into greed or lust, and I'm not religious. People might say, oh, well, these are philosophical, psychological realities that if you don't understand how greed and lust and gluttony and anger and wrath and sloth and stuff can control you, then if you don't realize that, then somebody else can control you. They can use that to control you. And this is what we see. We see the apathy, the apathetic attitude allows sports, religion, politics, and other things to control people. Like if they don't even know they're being controlled by it. Yeah. And people like anarchy, Odin's Raven, people don't know that anarchy, it's the opposite of hierarchy. They'll say anarchy is chaos. Oh, no, that shows me that the person doesn't know the definition of it. So
sorry, I would just like to interject on the whole anarchy thing. I think anarchy is just, it's not that there aren't rules, it's just not having rulers, so to speak, because there's a social contract among people.
Yes, and it's also saying, look, if you do something good, then you owe it to the community to do that. This is how tribal stuff works, to say, all right, you're good at spotting the berries and picking out the medicine. You're the medicine man, whether you like it or not, because you want us to survive, right? Well, then you need to do that. Oh, you big, strong guys, or you guys that know how to fight real good, then you owe it to the thing to be the warriors. These other people that are good at this, you're going to do this thing. So now everybody falls into their natural talent. They get into a spot where they're just like, hey, you know what? This person excels in this. They're just good at math, or they're good at building things. This person's really good at with their hands and stuff like this. Person's really good at killing people. So, hey, this is the warrior. That's how you get to a society that is on a high level of defense, to where nothing can break into there. And for some reason, this is where I think it goes definitely past humans, the architects of humanity, for lack of a better word. That's why I call the channel that. There has to be some type of architects, some engineers or something. Some people call that angels, or what they would depict as God. And I would ask them, okay, can you define that a little better? If they can't, cool. That's not a problem. I got the link pinned to the top of the chat if you want to come on, but it's on the Architects of Humanity channel. It's up. Matter of fact, I'll put it in. Let me see if I got it here. But yeah. So it's like, and I know, Cirrus, you might have the belief, or you might be like, okay, the flat thing, and it's cool. I'm just saying, okay, we can meet in a different place. Like we can talk about other things, like this psychic dictatorship, this effect.
For sure.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the cool thing. Scribe, he and Hyperborean is one of the coolest, guests I've had on. And I know he's on, like he says, it's like a plane or, existence. Great, cool, you know, it's like I have to like filter out what are the most important topics to build upon. And some of the most important things is understanding what this government and governments around the world, what they do to people. Understanding
Indeed.
that we're in a state of slavery without knowing it. We're in a state of what would be the word? Like we're in a giant open air prison / asylum. It's kind of like when I did the other stream and I put the picture of
duress.
Here, to make a point about something you said earlier, Max, you brought up Operation Sea Spray from 1950. How many people in San Francisco that might still be alive are even aware that that happened today?
You're right. You're absolutely right. And to make it even worse, how many people that are alive that would oppose any information if we try to bring it up and they're like, oh, come on, you're not a conspiracy theorist. And it's like, wait a minute. No, this is documented. So that I talked to an author the other day. They had like this thing where people wrote books and they were there. And I asked them, I said, you see those like lines in the sky and stuff? And he goes, oh, yeah, the contrails and stuff, And I just, right when he said that, and he goes, yeah, I tell my kids, and I said, oh, all right. I said, and this guy had found a body on Long Island. He's like a nature guy. And he goes, I go, hey, I heard from one of these other authors, you found like a body. You were like nature hiking. And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, I saw like this thing and it was in like a plastic trash bag. And I was like, get out of here. And he goes, he noticed the pelvic bone. It was the body of a decayed body of a woman. And he goes, when the cops came, he was like, the cops were like, oh no, it's a dare. It's a dare. And I was like, for typical, law enforcement. And then he started defending the cops. Being like, oh, well, they were young. They were new guys. And I'm like, this is the same idiot that was just telling me about contrails. And then I just, was like, okay, fine, hey, whatever you want to believe. I was just, wondering what the story was about, you and finding a body or whatever. And I realized I was like, this guy is something was really odd about him. And I just let it go. Like I didn't even, I just was like, yeah, there's not much I could say. The only thing he can do is be a threat. He could run and say, oh, that guy believes that, we see the sky is covered with all of these trails. And this guy believes that, they're actually spraying something. And I'm like, well, you can look it up and see all, like you were saying, Operation Sea Spray. There's been many others. I forgot the one over St. Louis where they sprayed the cadmium and stuff like that. I remember as a kid, they were spraying out trucks, right ground level on the trees for the monarch butterfly moth, just poisoning us as kids. And then you get sick and you go to the doctor and they're like, no, it's not the spray. It's something else. Take this pill.
Right. Funny that they use the monarch butterfly for that, or the monarch moth. It's actually a moth for the mascot.
Mind
for that
control.
Right?
Yeah, it makes you
symbolic of mind control.
Yeah. We see, this is what a lot of people, it's hard because it shatters their world to realize like the government, it was created. It's like they've been at war with you since you were born, before you were born.
We are guinea pigs to them.
Yes,
absolutely.
Exactly.
So just to make a point, I live in this little tiny town now in Washington State, population 4,000, Prosser, Washington. And they have a little tiny museum that's open Wednesday through Friday, 1 to 5. And I noticed nobody, I'm at the park all the time with my daughter. And I noticed I never see anybody go in that museum. And the first time I walked in there's a little old lady in her back office, and she just acts shocked that anybody had even come in there. My daughter likes going in there. So we've made a point, and I would kind of just start talking to this lady more and more. And like a lot of older people, she seems kind of lonely. But she pointed out, she said, you're since the last time you were in here, we took a whole week off. She goes, not a single other person came in here the whole week. And I think that's pretty much par for the course. But anyway, I asked her because recently I just found out something about Washington State that I didn't know about, the Hanford site. For people who don't know, Hanford site's the first nuclear site in the U.S. They used eminent domain to take out a whole town of Hanford to set up the nuclear Manhattan project out here. And something I didn't know this whole time is that in 1949, there was something called the Green Run, and they purposefully released radiation to see how it would impact the populace and, the livestock and the animals around here, a lot of agriculture. And of course, nobody knew about it because the government didn't disclose it until 1986. They waited 37 years to let it be known. But anyway, it was funny because the day I learned about it, I went right down to the museum. It was a Wednesday. And I was going to see if there was any information in this museum about it. And that day she wasn't there, but she had a husband. And this whole time I was thinking she must be single, but okay, she had a husband. Her husband was filling in that day. He said, yeah, my wife's out. I said, well, when your wife comes by, ask her if there's any information in here and those back files about this Operation Green Run, about Hanford releasing radiation. And he did like this laugh thing. He said, what? He said, that never happened. I said, no, it did. I said, look into it. It was disclosed years after it happened, but it was something like 1949. He goes, I don't think so, but I'll ask her. And so she came back in the next week. And then when I saw her, I said, hey, did your husband pass along the message? She goes, no, he didn't. And then I said, well, do you have anything in here anywhere about Operation Green Run and Hanford releasing nuclear radiation? She said, what? I never heard of that. I've lived in this town my whole life. I never heard of that ever. So she said, I don't think we have anything in here, but she got on the internet and in no time she was finding all this information. She was just in disbelief. She could not believe it. She goes, I can't believe the government would do something like that to us. And that's just it right there. Everybody's been indoctrinated to think our government is looking out for us. They collect our money because they got to keep roads and water system. It's just everybody has this completely false mindset of what is going on here because of the indoctrination centers. And it just makes me always think. But then I just brought up to her the other day because I was talking about, did you know that we were the first state to approve human composting, to use human carcasses for fertilizer? She thought again that I must be off my rocker, but then she looked it up and was in disbelief again. There must be so many things going on in this nation, so many experiments that have never been disclosed that would just blow everyone's mind. And again, but we see what this is. This is public relations, right? Don't tell the populace any of the horrible experimentation we're doing or the ways we're exploiting you. Just always put a good face on everything. Always talk about how horrible the rest of the world is and how superior we are to them. It's just... It's maddening, but the information is out there that should put the cracks in people's mindset. Like, again, if they would just look, Operation Sea Spray. For everybody who doesn't know about that, I found out about that when I started to really dig into things. I started doing this research in 2013, and I was mind-blowing. If you're out there listening, you don't know what Operation Sea Spray is, look it up, and then look up this Operation Green Run. How many things like this has the military done? That base that finally the military, what is it? Lejeune, Fort Lejeune.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They finally revealed after decades that the people who lived here were horribly exposed to toxins. My mom's neighbor lost his wife after a 20-some-year cancer battle. She came from a family of 7 children. She was the last surviving sibling. They all died from cancer, and a lot of them died at relatively young ages. She fought harder than any of them and lived a miserable 20 years before she finally kicked the bucket. And my mom asked him if he was going to participate in that Fort Lejeune, class action lawsuit, and he was just too exhausted. He said, "What's the point at this point?" I mean, but just Max, as former military, I mean, you must look back on that and realize that you guys get the brunt of the guinea pig experimentation for signing up to fight for the country. You get to take the most pokey dokes, and hopefully you weren't at a Fort Lejeune type of base. I remember when after 9/11, a story broke out about how a bunch of soldiers got really sick because the U.S. was using some kind of wastewater for shower water at a certain base. Do you remember this?
Yeah, it's horrible. When I went in, there was definitely guys. There was a unit, they were working on an experimental engine for the M1 tank, And I remember the guys working on it got really sick, and they were thinking it may have been radioactive metal or something from the engine that they put in there. And it's like, I knew like when we went on sick call, you had a choice, the regular medicine or experimental medicine. And they would tell you, they're like, look, we have this here. It's experimental if you want to try it. And it's like, when you think about it, you're in there and you're in a mindset where you really don't think. They tell you that all through training. Anything I thought we tell you, don't think, stop thinking. And you look back at it and you say, yeah, it's a form of brainwashing. The only thing that kept me with the mind that I still have in some sense was that I was always a rule breaker. So I knew about corruption. I knew I didn't join for college because the recruiter got me in without graduating high school. And they were telling me, you want the GI Bill? I was like, no. And they tried to pressure me a little. I was like, listen, I'm okay. Don't take $100 out of my check. They're like, oh, we'll give you 300 back. I said, I'm not going to college. And the lady looked at me like I was nuts. And I said, look, just give me my paycheck. We weren't making a lot anyway. But I was smart enough to know that it was criminal. Like everything's criminal. I always knew that. So it was sort of like, it's kind of like that guy Hunter Thompson said. He goes, look, when everybody's guilty, the only crime is getting caught. And this is, if you know that, like other guys that were saying, oh, I joined for college and all of that. And I was just like, look, I joined to get out of New York, whatever I got to do, fine. And I would get in trouble. I would get into arguments and fights and stuff, physical stuff. And the only reason I think that they went like easy sometimes was because I never talked about, I'm here to go to college. I'm here like I didn't want to do my job or whatever. Like if we were going to go to the firing range and, shoot the 50 caliber or, qualify again with the M16 every 6 months, I was okay with that, and I noticed how other guys were, they were all of a sudden, oh, well, I joined to do my time and get college. And I said, listen, that's like joining the mob. And when it's time to go on a hit, you don't want to go on a hit. I said, we're just going to dig an extra grave for you. I was like, you joined a gang of killers. And at least I was smart enough to know that. But it's a legal gang of killers to say, all right, no matter what you do, they would tell us, look, as long as you listen to us, you're exonerated. You don't care. You kill women, children, whatever. If we tell you to do it and you do it, you ain't got a problem. But if you don't do it, we'll hang you. Basically, it's like you messed up. And that's what happened to Private Bradley Manning when he showed the film of the guy shooting up the civilian minivan with a 50 caliber, which it's against the Geneva Convention to shoot a human being with that. They told us, they said, look, if you have to shoot somebody with this and you do go in front of a tribunal, you tell them you were aiming at the helmet, at the equipment, at the belt, at never say you were aiming at the person. And they brief you, they debrief you, and they also brief you on what to do, because it's, at 18, and, other guys that joined young, they were 19, 20. So they looked at me like, wow, you just really don't care. And it's like, and I had just turned 18 too. So I was like, I didn't know what I got into, but at least I was smart enough to say, hey, you know what? You guys are treating me like a man. I'm signed for a machine gun. I'm signed for a 50 caliber. I had a vehicle. I remember when I got to Fort Hood, the sergeant was like, let's go get you a world license. And he walked me through the whole thing. I just needed my ID card. They're like, all right, you're licensed to drive any vehicle in any country in the world. And I'm 18 years old. And I'm like, holy smoke. Now I look at some of the other kids that are like that. These guys are going to do whatever they tell them to do. These guys have no mind. And then when they get out, and I've spoken with a lot of Vietnam vets and stuff, those guys were telling me, guys get out, they can't deal, their mind is fragile. So you got more people that died in Vietnam, the 60, 70,000 they said died. More than that killed themselves when they got home. And I didn't know that every day about 20 vets commit, they end themselves. So it makes you wonder.
It could be worse than that. It could be worse than that.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse.
Do you know about the speech MLK gave a year to the day of his assassination?
Not the dream one, right? Or something different.
Definitely not the dream one. That's the only one they teach us
about.
about.
The one that he said he thinks we're integrating into a burning house or something.
It's called Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break Silence. He gave it April 4th, 67 in New York and died a year to the day later, April 4th, 68. The headline the next day was Lyndon Johnson said he had lost his mind and would no longer ever be welcome at the White House. He was blacklisted from the media his whole last year of his life. The next time he made the papers was his assassination. But everyone should look up what he said in that speech, because he talked about how Vietnam, was bringing home this drug culture, and he couldn't talk about anything other than the darkness our military. He said all these soldiers are going over, realizing they're fighting for a lie, and they're coming back here with all this darkness in their hearts and bringing it into our country, into their own families. He said this country's military policy is the worst thing going, and it really is the heart of everything wrong with this country. And, people say MLK was a plant and all this, and that may or may not be true. But what he said a year to the day of his assassination is 100% correct. And it's just wandering the streets of Seattle, just speaking from a city that I spent the majority of my adult life in, there are so many young vets that have lost their mind on the streets. There's probably at least 20 more dead today just in Seattle from fentanyl or whatever else they put in their mouth. For 3 months, as an experiment, I drove for Uber and Lyft between moving from Seattle out to the middle of the state when my wife was going to go to school. I was in a transition point and had to figure out what to do. I decided to drive, and for the 3 months I was driving, I wanted to talk to people about the research and the books I'd written to see how that would go, just talking to strangers. It was actually a lot of fun. But one night I picked up a young veteran who was outside in whitey tighties carrying around a machete. And I was a little bit nervous getting in the car. I didn't want to, there's no way, he was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. And he's carrying a huge knife. And what he wanted me to do was take him down to the homeless encampment, because he said he wanted to have some fun. And he wanted me to come with him. And again, just as I was driving around, I'm just thinking about exactly what MLK said. I said, this is exactly what's going on in this country. Who knows what happened to this guy? But he was also expressing to me how his life was so messed up, and I would never believe the things that he did overseas. He didn't speak clearly about anything, but he was obviously on something. Again, walking around in whitey tighties. I could have not picked him up. That probably would have been this. I didn't want to escalate the situation, but I was also trying to get him to think twice about if he really wanted to go down to the homeless encampment. But anyway, the point is, this is what the military has done to a lot of our people, just made them absolutely insane, taking their own lives. I don't know if that guy at some point ended up going into a homeless encampment, hacking up people, but you just think about how much marketing there is to us as young people to join the military, outside of candy bars and sodas, and get a pickup truck when you grow up. The military, it's just forced on us.
Yep.
We both grew up in the age before cell phones, where it was the answering machine. I remember coming home from school every day, and it would be 10 messages every single day from every branch of the military that called at least 2 times for recruiting. And I still remember, I graduated in 2001. I remember going down there and being told that was like the recruiting tactic at that time. Now's the perfect time to sign up, because there'll probably never be another war in your lifetime. I just imagine if I signed up, man, I would have been offered to my first of 20 tours over to the Middle East.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're at the schools. It's crazy.
If you look at the Medal of Honor symbol, it's a pentagram. Anybody can look it up. You look up the Medal of Honor for the Army, Marines, and I think the Navy, and because we had those 3 first before there was an Air Force, and the Medal of Honor is basically an upside down star, and that's what it is. It's like people don't realize the symbolism of that's just right here in our face. The military, it is a monster. It is a monster, and it's a monster. It's so messed up. It's like how Chris Rock said it best in a joke. He said, the country, America, the government is like, it's like an uncle that paid for your way through college but molested you. And I'm like, wow, that's a really, because we used to say it all the time. It's like we're getting screwed by the big green weenie, and that's what it was in the army. It was just like, if you had to come back after chow, it's like, damn, I just worked from freaking 5:55 a.m. to 5 in the afternoon, and you're telling me to go eat and come back. It's like, what the heck, you know? And forget about when you're in the field. Now it's 24/7, and I hated that. It's like, till this day, it's like people go camping and shit. And you know, one of my friends, he was like, he did the Boy Scouts and stuff, and he's like, you know, he never got to Eagle Scout and all of that. And I said, look, man, I said, you know what we do in the Army? I said, we let you set all that up, and then we'll just take it from you. I said, it's okay. I said, yeah, I might not be able to find my way out of the forest or whatever. I said, but I know we can always hold you at gunpoint and make you find our way out. I said, that's the difference. I said, yeah, Eagle Scout, great stuff and all of that. I said, but this is it. I said, and don't forget that we'll eat one another too. And I didn't know that back then, but when you look at it now, you start to be like, yeah, it's just, it's so brutal. And I kind of, for me, I don't know, maybe I was just a natural at just being like, all right, this is what it is, you know? And I met guys that went through some really hard stuff, guys that did go through and, you know, end families and stuff in Vietnam, and they are screwed in the head forever. I met guys after I got out that, you know, would come into the martial arts dojo and be like, oh, I can catch this pen. You know, if you throw a pen at me, I can catch it between my toes and all of that. And, you know, that they, you know, used to be in the water doing the Rambo stuff. And I'm just like, well, you know, you ain't there anymore. You know, you're here, you try that now, the police are going to gun you down, or just somebody on the street. It's like, look, it ain't no big thing, man. It just, we're traumatized. It's like that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer stop motion animation thing when I was a kid that they used to show. One of the episodes, they went to the land of misfit toys, the toys that, you know, would have like something wrong with them. So they would put them on that island. And it's like, we're all from the land of misfit toys, you know, there's nothing special. I mean, yeah, okay, we got our strong points and stuff, but after that, it just, you know, it's like, a lot of people don't realize how detrimental the situation that we're in. Like, maybe they drown it out so they can deal with it. It's like Henry David Thoreau, I think he wrote, most men live lives of quiet desperation. And it really hits hard when you think about that. You start to be like, wow, this is like a low grade of depression. And they're constantly putting fear. Constantly. It's like I showed on the map when you brought it up with the weather map. It's like the weather map used to be on the left with the sun and saying, okay, it's warm. The regular, you know, land, you know, if anything, they could show the land, it would be green, you know, like a regular map or something. But no, now on the right, they're showing it with, you know, scorching red and the darker colors and trying to make you scared and stuff like that.
Pay attention when the hurricanes come. They'll show these supposedly satellite images, and then the hurricane a lot of times will not live up to the hype. It was about a decade ago. They were saying this record thing was supposed to hit around the Mexico City area. My dad's married to a woman from Mexico City. All of her family's down there. I just remember the satellite images they were showing on TV made it look like this hurricane was taking up half the earth. It just seemed so ridiculous. But then her family said, you know, they scared the hell out of them before it came, and then it was almost nothing.
Wow.
So
I just looked up today or yesterday, Katrina means pure or purify or to clear.
Right. Think about what they did in New Orleans.
Right. And
heck of a job, Brownie.
Exactly. And yeah, I thought about that and I said, holy smoke. When I looked it up, I said, and they had the nerve to call it Hurricane Katrina, and they know exactly what they're doing. I don't think these hurricanes are natural. With all of the stuff and the weather modification that they
you know when the first hurricane military experiment started, right?
No, when was it?
Look it up. It's the 40s. They started experimenting with hurricanes, the military in the 40s.
Wow.
I think it's called Operation Cumulus is the first one, if I remember right.
Yep.
First military. I was looking up the Martin Luther King thing.
No, it's not Cumulus. That's a different one. That's a cloud seeding. I got to look up what they've done a couple, but the first one's in the 40s.
75th anniversary of first hurricane eye penetration.
Storm Fury. Wait, no, that's not the first one either, but that is one of them. Oh, wait, maybe it's Cirrus. Maybe Cirrus is the first one.
Yeah, Project Cirrus, 1947.
That sounds right.
Cirrus, like cirrus clouds. Yeah. What is Project Cirrus? 1947 weather modification experiment, and the first ever attempt to alter a hurricane. So that's what, Cirrus, 1947. Holy smoke. And again, that year, 1947, so much stuff was going on in 47. It's just like, you got to be kidding me, man. It's as if
cloud seeding started just before that with Kurt Vonnegut's brother, Bernard Vonnegut at General Electric. And then Cirrus is right behind it. I mean, you got to start looking at the ritualism that they do with these hurricanes. The other year when they burned up Maui, supposedly with a dry hurricane that brought no water, the winds of Dora, that happened on the anniversary of Dora the Explorer, the cartoon ending. And the other year when it was Milton in Florida, CNN's headline that night was "Milton is a monster." That made landfall on the anniversary of the cartoon from decades ago, Milton the Monster, coming out. There's a lot of stuff like this. So yeah, I think a lot of this is really weather warfare. Mm-hmm. There's a congressman in Florida when that happened, and I felt like he was talking to me because nobody else was really putting out content on how that stuff was weather warfare. But they had him on Fox News that day saying there's these lunatics online claiming weather warfare is a thing. Well, I mean, they banned weather warfare with the Geneva Conventions years ago, and then the U.S. in the 70s banned weather warfare using the exact same language. And what was funny is what I looked up when I started to look into that, the congressman that they used, he used to represent the 26th district in Florida. This is the congressman who they had on TV that day calling people lunatics for talking about weather warfare. The man who represented the 26th district is who they used in Florida. And on his 26th birthday was the day that the U.S. Congress banned weather warfare.
Wow.
Mockery.
Wow, that is crazy.
Mockery.
Yeah, that is, I think, Justin, who are you? Okay.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I was just watching before a little, not live, but you were talking about weather weapons and stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I was wondering, I think I've had this conversation with Zach before. If they have all this technology, what's to stop them? Because I know Zach is kind of on board with the whole depopulation agenda thing. What's stopping them from just because from what he's said, in a perfect world, if you own the world, it would be better to have less people because it'd be easier to control. What's stopping them from pretty much killing as many, let's say 90% of us, and then the rest of us, like 10%, just pretty much be rendered as slaves?
Well, this what I did the other stream about this thing right here, because I've thought the same thing you thought. I'm like, why do they keep us alive, right? So the zoo, the lab, and the farm. So basically, you don't just have possibly one thing ruling us. It seems to be like more than one thing that's fighting with each other. So it's kind of like, it's saying that, okay, one wants depopulation, the other says, okay, but it'll be at the rate I tell you that it's going to be at. And then there might be factions that aren't really in in conjunction with the others. Like an example would be, look at when the uncivilized barbarians came over to this continent. So you had like rabid dogs. You had France and England and other countries, the Spanish, tearing at each other, fighting each other, to take what somebody else lived on, right? So we are like the product, right? Like the first thing is the mistake to think that we're free. So we're something that, whatever it is, these beings or something. And I just put out there France, England, and Spain, just as an example, not to say, there's no such thing as civilization, because to be civil is to treat each other with kindness and compassion and respect. So we don't see this. We don't even see this in any country on earth. So this is not picking on, any country. It's just using it as an example that there would be factions like that. Like France is still pissed off because the whole world speaks English, and it would have been French, right? When you look at that, you start to say, well, okay, it wouldn't make sense when I look at a microbe and an ant and a mouse and a dog and these life forms that go all the way, so as they say, up to a man. Why wouldn't there be increments going up past that as well, like to where it's like, all right, you have man, and then according to myths you have things that are more than man, like a half deity, half man, what would be called a demigod, for lack of a better word. And then maybe things above that. And those increments might go up forever. Just the way we see microbes to man, we can see from man to something else. And if you look at it, they might be fighting with each other over us on what, like it's like we're not as significant as we think we are. But what you brought up is a very good question, because I've wondered it too. Why are we still alive? But clearly it looks like they're pushing toward a depop type of thing. The experimentation makes the most sense, because we're constantly being experimented on. But for how long? For how long? So Richard Quinn.
Hello.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just came on the show. I support Zach for like 10 years now. I've learned a lot from him, and I appreciate you guys collaborating. And, I just kind of want to chime in on the depopulation stuff and possible power outages coming, and, all the predictive programming for that. I was talking in the chat with some people and thought I'd just come on the show and say hi.
Okay.
What's up, Zach? How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How are you, Rich?
Pretty good, man. Just got off work and seeing you guys were live, and just glad to see it. And people learning all the stuff I've been fortunate enough to learn from you, and likewise, we can learn from these guys. So,
indeed,
that's great, man.
But yeah, a couple people are disagreeing with me in the chat about the depopulation or the possible power outages, and it's like, ever since COVID, that's when the depopulation agenda started. And they're saying, you guys are asking why they keep us alive. To me, it's on their timetable. There's billions of people out here, so it's not like they're just gonna, flip a switch and just kill us all at once. And it's all biblical to these people. So, the people that run this earth. I'm looking, 2030, 20. I think as the years go on, things are going to get worse and worse. And what's that movie called, Zach, on Netflix, Leaving the World Behind, major predictive programming of major power outages. And now they're, starting World War III. And so it's like, who knows when, and it's not when, but if, or not if, but when,
About power outages, if people aren't aware, when Janet Napolitano stepped down from the Department of Homeland Security, she said the next 9/11 is not if, but when, and it's the national power grid being taken out by a cyber attack. So That's a hard thing to imagine, since there's so many different power grids and companies. It would have to be an inside job yet again for the entire nation's grid to go down.
That happened in New York City right after 9/11, didn't they? That huge blackout in New York. Remember that, MD?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even right now, I live in Fort Wayne, Indiana. There's this, on Facebook, there's a group called like Nosy Neighbors of Fort Wayne or Nosy Neighbors of New Haven or whatever. And people just post random stuff and ask questions. And there was a storm last week, and it was barely a storm. It wasn't nothing really. And like half our city had lost power. And now a week later, there's still people posting, hey, did anyone else lose power? So to me, it seems like it's something that they're slowly incorporating, I guess it'd be with this war that will be the next major power outage, but that's just speculation.
Or data centers too. Don't forget those. They need the power.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, just stuff's going to happen. The Jeremy guy out in the chats, he's like, just saying I'm one of those pastors that, talking about the world's going to end. And it's like, man, you haven't learned all the stuff I've been learning. It's not if, but when, I don't know, but I just wish people could stand up and fight back,
They did keep that monument up in Georgia for 42 years. Rule number 1, reduce the Earth's population to 500 million. So,
yeah, and then tore it down on Bush's birthday.
Yeah, on his
76.
76, right? Yeah.
The 76 was all over that like white on rice.
You guys are aware of the Georgia Guidestones, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I look at them as I just don't believe anything they say. It's sort of like Georgia Guidestones. It's like, Mount Rushmore, all this stuff. It's just, and also like what Richard's saying, it's like, I could care less who agrees with me or not. Like the guys in the chat, the guy was mad that I didn't let him on from a different channel. And I'm like, look, man, I don't need an apology. I don't need to hear anything. It's like, I could care less. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to get up tomorrow. It's like, what the hell am I arguing with an idiot for? And I might not be right. So it's like, it comes to a point of, again, the only people that are my enemies is my ego, my ignorance, and my stupidity. And if other people can't see that, then I realize, all right, I definitely, I'm having problems dealing with my own stupidity. I can't deal with their dumb shit as well. So if they can't even admit that they have a problem with their stupidity and ignorance, then it's like it's like the stretch is further than father to child. It's just like it's invasion of the body snatchers. I got to know, like, hey, you know what? That's, we're all going to die. That's the only guarantee I see. The only guarantee is death. God will disappoint you before death will. Death is the truth. Now, whether it's a death into something else or, it's always been, I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's pretty important to think about stuff like that. And it eliminates all of whether I want somebody to agree with me, because that's the last thing. It's like, I don't even know if I should talk to certain people, much less thinking that somebody's going to agree with me. It's like, I've noticed that the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, always proves true every time somebody betrays me, stabs me in the back, whatever, because the saddest thing about betrayal is it never comes from your enemy. The betrayal never comes from your enemies. Richard, there's another Richard here. Richard Tarango. Who's that?
That's me. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? Did you have anything?
Is Zach still on here? What's up, Zach?
Yeah, he's on here.
Yeah,
what's up?
I had something to add. I know it's kind of off topic. It's kind of like bad timing, but I know we talked about Keith, right? We talked about how he died. He actually died on Takeoff's birthday. I just wanted to add that in there real quick. But I do love the conversation you guys are having on here, man. Great stuff.
King Richard?
Yeah, it's King Rich.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Rich?
Not much.
Another Rich to another Rich.
Yeah. Zach has a couple Richards out here pounding pavement and sharing his work constantly.
Yeah. Hey, I used to do that all the time. I kind of slowed down on it, but I'm gonna start getting back out here doing it. I just got to find people to do it with.
Yeah.
It's I don't know if you've done this, Rich, but doing it by yourself, I don't know, man. I don't like doing it by myself. I like to have other people with me because I feel like more people will engage with you rather than just by yourself.
Yeah, but like I consider pounding pavement not just being out there with the megaphone or whatever.
Yeah.
Just
Talk to them.
Teaching people.
Yeah.
Just teaching people the truth of coronavirus or 9/11 or rig sports. You know?
I start off with Kobe Bryant because like I'm in the West Coast, so everybody loves Kobe out here. So I just right away I just start off with Kobe Bryant, and then I go on to coronavirus, and then
some of the two of the most amazing things in 10 years that I've followed Zach was him exposing the ritual of Kobe Bryant and coronavirus within like 48 hours of them happening. Mind blowing, man.
That's
straight mind blowing.
That's what I'm saying, Rich. Like I was the same way when I learned about Kobe's passing. I'm like, but you gotta understand, Rich. Like I was on the path of like looking into stuff. I was already on that path. A lot of people are not on that path, so I see why people don't understand or take to it. But just like I feel like a lot of people got to be on that type of path in order to see it, because if not, it's gonna be a disconnect. You get what I'm saying?
Well, once you've learned that the people that run this world are ritualistic and they coordinate psyops, now you see everything as it comes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You see it in a different lens. Like, when I learned this stuff, look at Rich. When I started waking up to stuff back in like 2015, 2016. I was a youngin'. I was about 13, 14 years old, and I started seeing a different part, like the world differently. But when I learned this gematria knowledge, it kind of opened it up. It was like the cherry on top. You know what I mean?
Right, for sure. Yep.
Yeah. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He said, thoughts on the famous saying, if you can't beat them, join them. Is there truth in this? The truth in that saying that I see is when we were talking about the other day about starting our own town. So that's the truth in the saying of, people really want to make a change. Well, then we look throughout the United States. What's the safest place to be in? How much does it cost to buy that land?
That's not the same, though, Max. That's not the same. That's not joining them. That might be emulating them, but you're doing it in opposition to them. It's not like you're selling out and joining the Illuminati or whatever you want.
You're not joining them, but you're saying, look, we're going to pay you. We're going to pay you because we can't get away from paying you. So in a way, it's joining them in the sense of we're not starting a town saying, screw you. We got our guns. We made the barrier because you'll get killed. I tell guys that was in the military, I said, listen, bro, you remember the weapons we had, right? I said, they're all outdated. The only one they still might use is the 50 caliber, and it's been enhanced to where you can carry it with a single shot. I said, now, remember the Apache helicopters? Remember the Tomahawks? Remember the M1 tanks? I said, you can have as many arms as you want. It's like having hand tools versus machine tools. This thing is so well orchestrated, they will get people that we know to kill us. And when people tell me, oh, thank you for your service, and I'm like, I would have blown your brains out, right? And they don't want to hear that. I'm like, yeah, whatever, When they say, oh, you're a veteran, thank you for your service. It's like, you don't understand. I would have had fun machine gunning you down. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. He says Cypher also said this quote in the Matrix. Yeah, no, and I don't agree with Cypher. See, what Cypher's delusion was, right? You look at it, just common sense would tell you, you really think they're going to put you back in the pod? They're going to off you, So I think he was at a point where he's like, look, man, and it's really horrible because it shows you once again, betrayal never comes from your enemy. Agent Smith, you don't have to worry about him betraying you because he's not your friend. But Cypher, the guy that you helped The guy that you paved the road to hell. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And people might look at this as, oh, so what are you saying? I'm telling you, what I'm saying is the person that you go to help, that's the person that's going to put the noose around your neck. You be careful who you help. And Mr. X knows. He's seen with the other channel the amount of people that betrayed that I've helped, stuck my hand out to. And this is why when I tell Scribe, I said, I'm not going back to helping anyone with dating relationship. I side with the women. Don't let these guys breed, you know? And it gets to a point where I'm like, you know, you try to help people. And a lot of these guys, these internet warriors and stuff, the amount of times I've been threatened, all of this stuff. And I said, look, I never threatened anybody on the internet. I've never said anything about doing anything. Let them say that. If they approach me in real life, you know, if I got to defend myself, I defend myself. It's no big thing. It's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't think about it. I just have it. So when I look at these people, I realize as I get more mature, these people don't like themselves. The only way you can really disrespect somebody else is if you don't respect yourself. The only way you can throw trash on the ground is if you don't respect yourself. The only way you can pollute the earth is because of self-disrespect. It all starts with yourself. And that's my thing, figuring out who I am, what I am, where I am, you know, and I know I'm going into that next. Whatever the next is, I'm going there. Anybody that tells me they know what it is, I realize that this person doesn't. And the reason that they're telling me is that they're afraid, and they'll never admit that they're afraid. They're so afraid that they got to try to push their beliefs on me. Now, before, or I can still do it, I might be like, you know, converse with them and all of that. But then I realized there's no sense in conversing about that, because what this person is exhibiting to me is their mental trauma. We're all going through some serious hardships, dealing with a monster called government and the zombies within us, within the government, that's holding us back. I'm surprised any of us can get a good night's sleep. The only way we can do that is by not maybe thinking about it, because this thing is meant to psychologically break you. We live in a psychic dictatorship? Absolutely, we do, and more. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. Alexis says, question 4, panel, who is really giving the orders? If Zach, if you want to answer that one, or, you know, we'll take turns. Who do you think is really giving the orders, or Richard, or?
Well, again, my research.
Let that go.
My research is the Vatican. Again, we're on their calendar. The English language as we know it traces back to them. They've spread their brand across the entire world. Look how it was the day the Pope came to the United States. Well, now we have an American Pope, but that's the first ever. Just the day that Pope Francis came and spoke in D.C., that was September 23rd, 2015. That was the 266th day of the year for the 266th Pope. And the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, which in their logo equals 266, just for the record in this gematria thing. But yeah, again, I mean, you look at our whole history. A lot of people will point out that George Washington, it's kind of strange that he's recognized as the first president, because there's a number of other men who could have been recognized in that title. But of course, he became president just a couple months after Georgetown, the first Jesuit university, was established. And you start to realize the things that are important to the Jesuits have taken over this whole process of what we call the is pretend, if you will, president. Again, our friend here, Max, whose show this is. You guys, when you call in here, try to be on topic too. I mean, call in saying this is off topic. Don't do that to somebody's show. This is his show. We're the guests. But
yeah, my bad on that.
Yeah, you guys got to stop that. You guys call in and be on topic. And talk about a problem with you know, the mass mind control. The fact that people don't know how to be on topic, I see as a major problem. This has been something I've been struggling with for 15 years, having open call-ins. It's 1 in 10 people will call in on topic. And it's like, what is this about? Why can people not call in on topic? But again, to answer the question, again, the Jesuits, they venerate this number 201. Pope Francis was the first Jesuit pope in the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. They have moved inauguration day to January 20th, which the majority of the world writes 20/1. That's also the 201st day of the U.S.'s age every year when you measure from July 4th, the nation's birthday. There's a lot to say about all these things. You know, when Bo Biden, Joe's son, died at age 46, he died 201 days before. If somebody's got a lot of background noise. Somebody got a lot of background noise.
Yeah, you want to go next?
I'm just making the. If you learn about what we're talking about, you'll start to see what's going on. Again, when Bo Biden died at 46, that was a major sign that Joe Biden would become the 46th president. And for the record, he was elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. And also, for the record, the only other Catholic president was JFK, killed at age 46. Catholic in this gematria thing equals 46, like there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. Sacrifice equals 46. Whoever took the phone into the bathroom with them, hit the mute on your mic.
Richard, did you want to answer that next?
Well, I was gonna.
Oh, you didn't think? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, who has the background noise?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a point about who's ever making all the noise.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my bad. But the Jesuit priest who was the former head of Georgetown did the funeral for Bo Biden at 46, and the inauguration for Joe Biden is number 46. This former head of Georgetown. I really do think that if we, the people, could assemble, I think if we rated these Jesuit universities, especially Georgetown and Fordham, I think we would find the scripts that are handed to these puppet presidents. It's got to be the Jesuits. They're the only, and the Vatican. The Jesuits are the military order of the Pope. It's just, they've been here from the beginning. This country, people have forgotten that this country was largely founded in opposition to the Catholic Church, which was largely the governing force of Europe during the time of the Protestant Reformation. That was where this whole idea of separation of church and state came from. And what's crazy is, I don't know if you know, but tomorrow and Saturday, you have this massive rally out here in Washington State of people who are advocating for America to become a Christian theocracy with an eternal Trump presidency. I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
No. I mean, the nutcase syndrome of Trump is it's like a beacon. It's like a proof that we live in a psychic dictatorship. Like, you see, like there's a channel, I don't know if it's on YouTube, but somebody sent me a few videos from the Good Liars. And I guess they're Democrats that interview Trump supporters, and the mental illness on a lot of these people throughout America, like that whole America First thing. You know, where do we see America first? In, I think,
the Klan. Just like in 2015, exactly. When Trump announced he was running, the media was actually focused on that. Trump's family's relations with the Klan. That was one of the first times they ever put out the truth.
Yeah, Fred Trump was a Klansman, got arrested. They tried to buy their way out, but yeah. So we got the son of a Klansman in there, and you know, America was built on that type of stuff. The Klan printed that coin, I think, in the '60s that had America First on it, and a lot of people see, and this is, I was at a talk the other day, and I explained to the lady, I said, look, I said, if somebody is drowning and they don't know how to swim, telling them to swim or learn how to swim doesn't make sense, because, you know, you can't learn how to swim when you're drowning. I said, it's the same way with people who are bigots or racist. They have grown up with that. They could even have some type of genetic predisposition, because with the experiments with mice and what we see traveling down to the great grandchildren, I said, that's a real thing. I said, you have people that that they don't know how not to be racist or not to be prejudiced or bigot. And now we got to realize that just telling somebody, look, oh, what you did was racist or whatever. Oh, I think Richard dropped off and came back. Let me see. Yeah. So it's like they're not gonna be able to change like that. They've been too bent. And just to say, oh, you're racist or whatever, what you said was racist. There's a way you got to say it. It's like you don't want to have a conversation and saying you're racist, because the person's going to slip out of that. Now you can say what you did was racist. So now you're saying, look, man, I'm not blaming it on you. I'm keeping it on your behavior. Now we can get somewhere. It's like somebody steals your wallet. Do you want to lecture him on why he shouldn't have steal your wallet? Or you just, look, give me my wallet back. It's give me my wallet back. It's like, I ain't trying to lecture you on why you shouldn't have stolen or whatever. It's like, you're lucky I'm just asking for it back. And this is the same thing with racism. When somebody comes out with that, and it's on all sides. I tell people, I say, you try to free somebody from their chains and they'll run back and tell massa you tried to break the chains. And they'll cry oppression, they'll cry racism the whole time. Meanwhile, they're working for the other side. They're still on the plantation. It's like I said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
That's 1,000,000% true. I mean, we can do a show on that sometime. Let me finish this point, because somebody said something in the chat that it drives me nuts. Somebody said it's not them anymore. Tel Aviv writes the scripts now. No, they don't. That little tiny strip of Jesuit-controlled land with all the Jesuit puppets there, including Netanyahu, don't run anything. Again, the Jesuits run Israel and they run this nation, and it's very obvious. Let me continue to make the point. Trump and Biden are both Jesuit educated. Biden is from Scranton, Pennsylvania, home of the hit NBC comedy show, The Office, that ran 201 episodes. The other year, when Trump was running, and by the way, if you guys haven't followed us, we told everybody, I was like the only one online explaining for way more than a year before the 2020 election why Biden would be installed as number 46 in light of what they did with Beau Biden and the Jesuit priest. If you learn this gematria thing, the Jesuit order equals 201. Jorge Mario Bergoglio equals 201. That was Pope Francis. Ignatius of Loyola equals 201. That's the founder of the Jesuits. Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan equals 201. That's the Jesuit priest who did the funeral for Beau Biden and the inauguration for Joe Biden. And again, Beau Biden died 201 days before the Pope's birthday. Anyway, fast forward to Trump. Trump announced informally that he would be running in the election, the 60th U.S. presidential election, on July 14th, 2022. That was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which ran more than a whole calendar year. It ended on July 31st, shortly after. And you might recall who died that day, the Boston Celtic from San Francisco, who was Jesuit educated right after the rigged NBA Finals was Boston versus San Francisco. But anyway, that's Bill Russell for anyone out there trying to put it together. Anyway, the day that Trump said he was going to run, the headline broke later that day that his ex-wife fell down the stairs and died. And of course, he has that famous magazine cover photo with her on the staircase. That was 45 years after their marriage, like he was number 45 at the time. And if you look up the Jesuit logo, it's the letters IHS, which equal 45. And if you look up the history of the Jesuits, their first decade with the Vatican, their order was limited by the Pope to 60 members. They've done so many rituals with Trump in 60 since the 60th election. Today's the latest one, where his 14-point plan now has a 60-day negotiation period with Iran. And we all know something's going to go wrong. It's just, it's written in stone. Again, it's not arbitrary. There's so much to say, but the point is, Trump then buries his ex-wife days later on the 201st day of the year, like how Inauguration Day is the 201st day of the nation's age. That's why Biden's sacrificing his son in a 201 ritual. It's why Trump's burying his ex-wife in a 201 ritual. For those of you guys who think Israel runs anything, State of Israel equals 201. And Netanyahu, when he stepped down on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. He comes back on 1229. 1229 is the 201st prime. By the way, there's an unsolved mystery bombing at LaGuardia on December 29th in history. That was probably a precursor to their plans with the World Trade Centers, where they turned them from 2, the Twin Towers, to 0 and rebuilt it as 1. Again, look up Georgetown's motto. It's both into one. And you can look up what that means to the Jesuits. But anyway, there's a reason that they use these numbers in this sequence, and that 201 thing is all over this nation's history in every major event, including the pandemic simulation. The coronavirus simulation was called Event 201 and put on by a bunch of Jesuits on the day of the Military World Games in Wuhan, China. And by the way, look up where the Military World Games come from. They come from Italy, and they were first sponsored by the Jesuits in 95, like how the Jesuits' original mission was to counter the 95 Theses. Martin Luther King Jr., when he got smoked, he got killed on the 95th day of the year in tribute to Martin Luther, who wrote the 95 Theses. Guess how many days after MLK getting killed, the nation's first gun control came? When they started putting serial numbers on guns. 201 days later. This whole nation's history, everything that has shaped this nation is a 201 ritual. And the Jesuits venerate this number. The reason why is because of Hebrew, where 201 in the Hebrew language, which is the original letter and number code, it represents illumination. And again, from the beginning of Israel to the present, it's all 201. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister, died 201 days after the anniversary of Israel's establishment. Adam Weishaupt, the Jesuit who founded the Illuminati, died 201 days after the anniversary of the Illuminati's establishment. And a million other things. And don't forget, I mean, this country was formed right after the Illuminati was established. That's not an accident. Again, this 201 number is on every major world event all throughout history up to the present. That's why it's got to be them that are controlling this nation. And again, why is George Washington recognized as the first president right after Georgetown's established? Are you aware of this, that other men could have been recognized as the first U.S. president in history?
Oh, yeah. They said there's about 8 of them or something. But, you know, it's like there could be. I mean, Claude Anderson talks about that. But, you know, they all have their own biases. Like when they tell me, again, it goes back to, yeah, it is interesting. I think Prince also spoke about that he was shocked when he found out that there were like 8 or 9 presidents before Washington. But it kind of, you know, and I understand where some people are, you know, very interested in it. Like Alexis, you know, I appreciate his support. Personally, I think that there is something behind the scenes that goes beyond possibly the physical that's running things, or something much more advanced. I even have theories of what if something created robots that created humans, and then whatever happened reset stuff, and this robotic influence is using humans to bring it back to that same like point where it can put us back in the genetic refrigerator, back into the birthing tanks, and print us on demand when it needs us again. So it's like it kind of like that Twilight Zone episode, The Man in the Cave, the old man in the cave. He would go there and ask this gigantic computer stuff. And then when the military showed up, I think the major was played by James Coburn. You know, they forced the man would ask the computer, but they didn't know who he was asking. And he would say, look, I don't think it's good to eat these canned foods, you know, because, you know, the thing told me not to. Meanwhile, he's getting information from this master computer in the cave that's telling him, you know, the food wouldn't be safe and this and that. And they're wondering where he's getting this from. But then eventually when Coburn, you know, uses his military force to take over, the people in the town follow him. They all die from eating the canned food from botulism. And the old man is left there alive. But the premise is that there is a computer, that there's ancient computers. When I look back at throughout history, Talos from Greece is an ancient robot that is made to protect, I think, the island of Crete. So you have Chinese robots that are mentioned. You look back at these things, look at the statue of Ramses in Egypt. Christopher Dunn did excellent work on that with the lost technologies of ancient Egypt. So we have that. There is so much mystery just by looking at archaeology. We start to say there's something in control And what you're saying makes a lot of sense. It's like, okay, you have the basic stuff, the human stuff that we see there. And then there's possibly something behind. I would only make sense because I know that this isn't made by humans. Like people, this is why I have sometimes conversations with people on the evolution thing. So for me personally, yeah, it just, the evidence is pointing toward what you're saying, yeah, but then also something behind that. I would say those other presidents that they talk about being established before Washington, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, there's towns in America that go back to the 1600s easily, and this was before 1776. But I think all of that stuff is more like, it's kind of like the storybook that they want us to believe, and it might be true, but there's also parts of the story that they're not going to tell us, that it's hard because we got to figure this out to say, okay, what is it? Like how, we don't know how to really think, because we've been so traumatized by the schooling system, by the other zombies in society. Anytime we try to think about something, like you even see it too, the zombies will start to attack. Oh, you don't believe in this of what I believe in, or this and that. And it's like, holy smokes, I can't, it reminds me of Lao Tzu when he says, I can see the whole world from my house. So in other words, in isolation, you can think. And to me, we have special powers of perception. It's like the Greatest American Hero sitcom where he finds the Superman suit, but it doesn't have instructions. So the fact that it doesn't have instructions, he didn't find out only by trial and error that, oh, you got to take 3 steps and then jump in the air and you can fly. And he always crashes because he doesn't have the instruction booklet to tell him how to land. The human body seems to be like that, to where we are, we don't know the powers we have. We don't even know what we're supposed to eat. Therefore, we're subjected to being fooled. Hey, this is food. Now we see that that processed food is not what you really want to eat. There's way to store food without having chemicals in it, but you have to understand the process of that.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. There's 3 things you said that I just want to comment on. Please don't lose your train of thought.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up the Twilight Zone. Do you know what the pilot episode of the Twilight Zone is about?
Yeah, I think it was Are We Alone or Am I Alone? The military guy?
Putting a man on the moon, right? Moon mission.
Yeah, I think it was. They said Buck Houghton, because I've listened to a lot of Rod Serling's life's work and when he used to speak at colleges and stuff. And Buck Houghton was saying that they had to sell it to CBS. So the first episode, they kept telling them no fantasy, no, out there stuff. It's got to be grounded in reality. So Serling ingeniously made that to where it was like, okay, this is not too far out there. It deals with what they wanted to deal with, which, like you were saying, the moon mission, the military thing. And CBS, I think it was, bought it. After they bought it, he started coming out with flying saucers and all of this. And Buck Houghton, they have the interview on YouTube. He goes, CBS was like, what is all this stuff now? We thought you were going to do, some more calm stuff. He goes, look, this is what you bought. So he held them to it. And Serling, he was saying that Serling was making these things called like little wisdom tales. You would see the bad guy get his just desserts. Like Serling said, he tried to write about Emmett Till because the Emmett Till thing happened. He goes, by the time the censors got done with it, Emmett Till was a Mexican kid in some town in southern Texas. He goes, they would not, he tried like 2 or 3 times to write about that. And they just wouldn't let him touch it. So he said, okay, you can't talk about racism or serious issues here on Earth, but you can talk about it on another planet. You can talk about it through Buck Rogers. And this is like what I was saying with me and my animation, to where I might be better off doing my stuff and speaking through a cartoon character, because for some reason people with that level of fantasy buffers them.
Right.
Yeah.
Kurt Vonnegut, that's why he did everything in a science fiction manner, because he said that people could actually digest the points that way. People don't like nonfiction. They like fiction.
Yes. And fiction sells. And, you know, the truth, it's like I was saying about that excerpt from that book from the 70s, the Grape of the Ape. And he gives the points of why, you know, lies will sell and truth will not. And, you know, you never heard of somebody bribing a jury. You tell the truth. They bribe them to tell a lie. Right. If you're going to pay money to buy the truth, what are you buying it for? To bury it, to hide it, to get rid of it. The lie is a well-fabricated, masterly crafted thing. That's why it costs so much. If we watch, like so many things, you watch a cartoon, you watch this, you're watching a lie. You watch a sitcom, you watch, you know, the truth is hard. It's like what I wrote in one of the books from back when I was writing other things, but I think it's in the first pages of the second book here, the Black Pill book has an excerpt of Truth and Lie. And it tells the story of truth and lie are in, you know, they're by a lake, and lie goes, hey, let's go for a swim. So he takes off his clothes, puts it on a rock, and he goes in the water. And he goes, come on, the water's fine. So truth takes off his clothes, puts it on a rock, and goes in the water. And he goes, yeah, the water is nice. And as he's swimming deeper, he didn't see that lie starts coming back to the surface. He turns around. Lie is putting on the clothes of truth. And he's like, oh, man. So he runs out the water after him, and lie starts running toward the town wearing the clothing of truth. Now, truth is chasing him, but he's naked. So now when people look at the two of them, they're seeing the lie clothed in truth. So they think the lie is actually the truth, and truth is naked, and they can't bear to look at the naked truth. So they won't even look at him. And he's saying, no, I'm the truth. But, you know, and he took my clothes. They don't want to hear that. They're going to believe lie dressed in the clothing of truth quicker than they can even look at or bear to look at the naked truth. And that, you know, that's an ancient, it's an ancient story, but it says a lot of how sometimes the truth, like if you're sleeping in a room that's dark, and like when they would wake us up in the military, they would just turn the lights on, start screaming, throw a garbage can down the middle aisle, and you would be traumatized waking up. You jump out of bed, and you would have to shield your eyes because, you know, it's such a brash wake up. You squint and you get adjusted to the light, and then you're cleaning and wiping everything down. And that's how telling somebody the truth is. They can't open their eyes. It's too bright. It's burning. It hurts them. And if people don't understand that, they'll stay in ignorance saying, why can't people understand the truth? Why can't it's like, because it's impossible. We can't even do it. If somebody flashes a bright light, you're going to squint. You're going to protect yourself because you haven't adjusted to the light. Some people will never address the truth. And that's a reality that's hard for many to accept, to say you can't help certain people. I had friends tell me about the zombie thing, and he goes, look, man, you know, we used to be zombified. I said, listen, you can't help some people. And that's it. You can't polish a turd. No matter how hard you try, you cannot polish a turd. Remember, the road to hell.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, there's been so many times I've been in a room of 7, 8, 10 people, you know, and they got the sports game on, or they're talking politics. And I come in with like the truth of 9/11 or something, and I get laughed at and made fun of. And then they carry on talking about politics and sports, which are all scripted and rigged, you know. It's kind of just ironic, you know.
The road to hell. So when you were paving your own road to hell by even mentioning it to them, first thing you got to realize, should I even speak? because the truth can get you, what like Johnny Cash said it, the truth will get you killed. You know, no, he said trust will get you killed, the truth will get you hated, and love will get you hurt. And that's very true what he said there. Trust will get you.
The stuff I'm showing them is quite obvious, though.
Yeah, but why?
You know, that's
why
the
should
difference.
you show it to them? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Why should I tell you? There's stuff that I know I can't mention on the show because nobody's going to get it, and it's okay. It's not saying that anybody is less or whatever. It's saying that the light is too bright, and it's not even a truth. It's just a speculation. You start to realize that a fact isn't as dangerous as a possibility.
Well, imagine if I've learned a million things from Zach. I'm giving him the lowest hanging fruit, you know? That's the way I'm looking at it.
They'll hate you for that. So remember,
just keep laying breadcrumbs.
The truth
you don't gotta lay all the truth out, you know?
Yeah, the truth will get you hated, but the more dangerous thing, you're trusting them by telling them the truth.
Rich, I know Rich has heard me tell the story about the landscaper that I knew when we were living in Yakima who had this huge Trump thing painted on the side of his car. He must have spent his whole year's salary with this fancy Trump painting on the side of his car. And as an experiment, I wanted to introduce this information to him. And I was showing all these Democrats, all these patterns they've been doing. He's like, I knew it, man. I can't stand these people. And I said, but I still got to get you with the next most important bullet point. And he's like, what's that? I said, you know how I told you about all these, I was giving all these 201 rituals with Democrats and Biden, right? And then it was right around the time that Trump's ex-wife died. And then I said, well, you know how Trump's ex-wife just fell down the stairs and died? And I showed him, and his whole face and demeanor just changed, took a giant step backwards, turned his back to me, reached in his back pocket, pulled out his cell phone and goes, I got to make a call. And that's just the point, because he hates Democrats, so he can listen to this all day. But then when I show him that Trump's part of the same thing, and I also made the point to him that Trump was a Democrat his whole life until Obama became the president, his whole world just collapsed. And then immediately he had to end the conversation. That's how it is for almost everybody on it might not be Trump, but just their worldview. They can't go against their worldview.
Yeah, they try to throw us a hero. Like, they really try to throw us a hero to hold on to.
Well, that's what people need. A lot of people need a hero in their mind. They need somebody to be their hero.
And then they'll make a song, brainwash that song, holding out for a hero. You know, they'll make stuff, make movies about it, and it's like you're not gonna beat them. That's I've talked with Scribe about that too, and it's like, bro, you got to be real picky and choosy. You got to pick the battles. Like, so when I tell guys, they'll say stuff about, you know, they'd be Trump supporters and they'll say immigrant stuff. I said, look, if it wasn't for immigrants, Trump wouldn't have any wives, and they get quiet. You know,
yeah, it's a good one.
Truth. Yeah,
it's a good one. Yeah, it's 100% correct.
Exactly. And they think about it. Somebody was saying, you know, they say stuff about Obama's wife. I'm like, look, I think Trump wives are dudes too. And then they get quiet. I said, if you could go forward and you say, okay, we got a PDF file and a hooker as the president is the first lady, and that's what it is. All of his, you look at Marla Maples, I think that's a German dude with long hair. You look at Ivanka Trump, and people, this is just my opinion, but just that opinion is scary to people. It's very scary.
Well, look how catty Trump's personality is. The small hands, the big booty. Is he even a man?
Yeah, exactly. He the tiny hands, and there's guys that have, you know, they do a lot of investigation in this. I think one of the guys on YouTube that got banned was Mr. E, and he had a great video called The Tranny Kings of Europe. And I was like, you look back at those black and white pictures of like the Queen of Denmark and Sweden and the Netherlands. These are dudes. They clear. This ain't even playing around. You look at them and it's like, holy smokes. And this ain't just in those countries. This is worldwide. I had stumbled upon this back when I was doing the old dating channel. And I was noticing all these guys like really angry with women and stuff. And I said, wait a second. I said, look, man, if you get that angry at women, you ain't heterosexual. And I started to I used to think, all right, 30% maybe out of 100 men might be non-hetero. Now I'm seeing those numbers are actually flipped. The majority of men, the heterosexual man, we are the minority on the planet. People used to tell me, I thought you were nuts. Then as years went by, they were like, you know what? You might be right. Andrew Tate, all of them are in the closet. When somebody was telling me, Tate, this and that, I said, watch this video here. When he says, he'd rather bang a pretty tranny instead of an ugly woman. I said, this is what he's about. I said, his brother's in the closet. He's in the closet. Myron Gaines came on the show when he was Unplugged Fitness. We called him Butt Plug Fitness. And then he changed his name to Fit and found that little frog looking dude, Fresh. And that's when they called it Fresh and Fit. These guys,
all these people, just how they came out of nowhere and were huge overnight too, and all they do is push nonsense. That's what YouTube used to have a bunch of small people that got views, and it turned into Fresh and Fit and just all this trash. It's so annoying.
Well, you know how they had the closet connection. It's so closet. Every first lady's probably a dude. All the James Bond girls.
Well, there's just so much. Yeah, there's so much LGBTQT, too many acronyms thing in the world of entertainment. That rapper Pimp C came out years ago and said, "Hey, if you want to make it hip hop right now, you got to bend over and take it up the ass." He has a problem with Jay-Z. Ends up dead on Jay-Z's 33rd birthday.
It's always been that way. If you go back to the 70s, Africa Bambaataa got caught out there for being a PDF file.
And by the way, he just died on the anniversary of that article coming out, for the record.
Oh, he just died?
He just died on the anniversary of the article coming out about that.
Holy smokes. I mean, that was a big, when I tell people, it's like, it's always been that way. It wasn't like they'll say, oh, well, the rap today. I'm like, rap is a psyop. Rock is a psyop. I listened to both as I was growing up. And, you know, it's selling you rebellion against something that you can't just outwardly rebel. Your only rebellion is of the mind. And it's like, you look at that and you say, yeah, when I listened back to the 80s and I said, yeah, this is all stupidity. They talk about, oh, they're emasculating the black male and all. Well, they've been doing that since day one. Same thing with the white male. Look at the rock bands from the 80s, tight pants and the long hair and dudes. I mean, the closet stuff was crazy. Boy George every goddamn where. And there's nothing against people that want to live that lifestyle. People know. It's like, look, I'm not prejudiced against anybody. You want to do that? Hey, you want me to say something nice about somebody who's gay? Well, they take a guy with them and, you know, leave another woman for us.
Even the gay woke people, right? No offense, they'll even tell you that they see what's going on with with them trying to push it in the forefront. They would definitely tell you too.
Why do you think the cabal, I guess, worships, transsexualism? Because if you even look at the Statue of Liberty, I think the Statue of Liberty is trans.
So, dude, that's the tranny of liberty, man. And a lot of people don't realize this. When I came out and I said, yo, I think George Washington was a woman, and people were cracking up. I said, look at the pictures of him. George Camel Toe Washington, never had children, 6'1" big bird woman. And people, you know, when people tell me, oh, who discovered America? You know, Christopher Klein. I said, well, who discovered Europe? I was on a show in 2010, and the guy goes, I've never heard anybody ask that question. I said, because we're not taught to look in that direction. If I would say, who discovered Africa, you'd see how stupid that sounds. But I said, Europe isn't even a continent. It's Western Asia. That's why they call it the Western world. I said, a continent is a separate, you know, by itself, connected all together. If Europe is a continent, then Mexico's a continent, or Canada. I said, if you can believe that, then I can get you to do atrocities, like Voltaire's saying. Anybody that can get you to believe absurdities can get you to commit atrocities. So if you believe the country was founded instead of established on genocide, Those words are extremely important and very different. And this is the same thing. It goes to Europe. It goes to when they say, instead of Central Africa, they'll say sub-Saharan, because they can't call the people subhuman anymore. So they'll say sub-Saharan. They'll go as far as to say India is a subcontinent because there's very dark people there too. And I'm like, wait a minute, this thing is connected to Asia. It's one continent, Asia. And if you flip the map upside down, the part that they would call Europe is actually, if they want to go with the subverb, it could be the sub-African part of Asia. If you're looking, the Egyptians always looked as south as up. So, and another thing, you don't hear a Romanologist, a Greekologist. No, because they get to tell their own stories. This is the narrative. But you need an Egyptologist or Hinduologist because they can't tell their own stories. And this is where all of the ancient artifacts, the majority. I remember when they tried to take Egypt out of Africa because it had too much advanced ancient stuff. They're like, oh, well, Egypt is not part of Africa. Really? So what's it now? What's it? Some separate floating thing? The powers that, well, I don't even call them the powers, but the people, the terrorists, the monsters in control, they use these things to keep us divided, to say, look, you look different from him. So you know what? We shouldn't like each other. And people believe it. People actually believe it, but they don't understand that opposites attract. The opposite there. If you keep breeding in the same genetic pool, it gets stagnant. Diversity is the strength. And we see this happen with populations that get too inbred. And we see it in countries all around the world. It poses serious genetic problems. These controllers know this. They know more than us. Like, you know, everybody has a piece of the puzzle. David Icke, Alex Jones, as much nutcase as they can be, a broken clock is right twice a day. So you could say, all right, you see this right here? That makes sense. Everything else, just push it back. You know, people don't know how to do that. They're trained on black and white, all or nothing, Coke, Pepsi, Burger King, McDonald's. So they can't take a little out. They're not going to buy fries at McDonald's and a burger from Burger King. No, it's either one or the other. And so when they see the piece of the puzzle that somebody has, they'll say, oh, no, I got to either accept the whole thing or none. And this is the thing with a lot of flat earthers. It's like, hey, you got a couple of good questions that you're posing there, but all this other stuff is your religious beliefs. Can we talk about the few things and build upon that, and let's publish stuff? At this day and age of desktop publishing, there's no excuse not to have published books.
Not just flat earthers. I'm sure you get all the time too. People will come in, it's obvious they're new to your channel. They're like, I need to know, do you believe in Jesus? And you just know what that means for them. They need you to say yes to them. Otherwise, they're not going to listen to anything you have to say. And it's just like, look at what these people don't see what religion was created for. It was created for just this purpose, to divide people, to control them. Why do you care what I believe in if you're learning information from here and resonating with the things I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I asked the guy, he was from Hindu background, Iori. And Azarun is Hindu too. He comes on here. And I asked Iori years ago, I said, hey, is there any character in Hinduism that comes back on a white horse with a flaming sword? And he goes, yeah, he's called Kalki. So you have the same story of a guy coming back on a white horse, flaming sword. Same story as they say Jesus is coming back, right? So first of all, he's supposed to be peaceful. And now he's coming back to kill people. But then you got born to a virgin mother, house of bread, 12 followers. That's Horus. That's Dionysus the Areopagus. Mithra. There's so many people that fit that description that go back further into history, saying that, okay, you have a lot of these born of a virgin mother and all of this stuff. This is very similar documentation, but it's old. Right? Why should I believe the most current one? That would be the most inaccurate one. And you're right. The Jesus guys and the Muslim guys and all of the other religions, you already know it's like, okay, there's not much we can say to each other. You know,
to be fair
like
about
sports
Muslims,
and
you
like
don't see many
politics,
Muslims
or?
do that though. They won't be like, "Hey, are you Islamic?" Because if you're not, I'm not going to listen to you.
oh no, they do it in secret. They're like, look, as long as we get enough numbers, then we'll force you. Because I know a lot of Muslims, and I'm cool with a lot of them, but I let them know. They're like, oh, I'm like, listen, shut up. I don't want to hear your shit. You're a rape victim.
All the religions.
Islam was not spread peacefully. Your great grandmother was raped by some Arab invader and was forced to convert, and now you're Islam. Iran was Western India. Baghdad, that's like the Bhagavad Gita. Afghanistan, Western India. Pakistan, look at the nutcases in Pakistan. If that ain't one of the most nutcase countries, I don't know what is. That's Western Asia. They're still fighting over Kashmir because of the Islamic form of mind control. Now, this is nothing against people who are Muslims, because you got some very good people, very good Christians, very good Judeans, Hindus. You got good people in all these groups. The majority are straight psychiatric ward, to where this is what I've noticed when it's like Bonhoeffer said, stupidity is more sociological than it is psychological. So like Churchill, and I don't agree with Churchill. He was a monster. He was another monster. He said, look, it's all about minority rights when Islam is the minority. When they're the majority, minority rights don't exist. It's illegal to have, I think, a Bible in Saudi Arabia. And I'm not saying they should change that law. I'm just saying accept it for what it is. Don't, you know, they'll try to feed you. Oh, well, really? So you still stoning women to death, but you know, same thing with the Christians too. It's like the Dorothy walking through the Wizard of Oz, you know, and they're afraid, right? But it's not lions and tigers and bears. It's Christians and Muslims and Jews. Oh my, that's basically what they try to get people afraid of. And it's nothing against any one of these religions, because there's beautiful people. I got people I really care about from all of these religions, including Hinduism and other, you know. One guy was on a thing, he called himself something Buddhist, right? And he was with this other guy that I didn't let on earlier. And he started to attack me on his religion of evolution. And then he started saying, well, he's a Buddhist and all of this. I said, well, if you're a Buddhist, I said, nothing I could say to you would get you angry. I said, but obviously you seem, you know, you got angry, and, you know, I pushed the button and it showed me who you were. I squeezed the orange. You squeeze an orange. If it's rotten, you're going to see that rotten stuff come out. If it's not, you'll see orange juice come out. So when you squeeze somebody, that's a good thing to do, because you really see what comes out. If you pressure them, stress reveals a person's character, how they react under stress. Power, you give them power, shows you their character. The position, show the criticism. When you criticize somebody, that'll show you their character, how they can take the criticism. They might seem all nice, and you oh, now you see the real thing. They say great sailors aren't made by sailing smooth oceans. They got to sail through rough oceans to become a good sailor. So I see a lot of these people, they try to act like, oh, this and that. And as soon as I pressure them and I say, okay, what if all this stuff you believe in is just a pack of horse shit? Can you even think in that direction? And like you said, if they say, hey, do you believe in Jesus? That's like, you know, the witnesses, you know, do you want to, you know, Church of Latter-day Reptiles or something? You want to join our church? I don't trust none of them. Rule number one, trust no one. Rule number two, see rule number one. And it's not saying that you can't be friends with people, you can't have conversations. It's saying, again, remember, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Be careful who you even talk to about something. Like you were saying with the guy with the Trump thing, it's sort of like, man, everything was cool until I hit that button right there. And that button can be dangerous. Like, these guys are so mentally messed up that you never know what they're capable of. If they can be put into, look at, you want to see what they're capable of? January 6th. The fact that people would listen to a guy, and I mean, if somebody would, when I thought about that, I said,
hold on.
Is it the Capitol scandal?
Have you seen Woo's? God, they took it down, man. January 6th was largely contrived. Most of that was made for TV. A channel did the best job of showing how orchestrated a lot of that was, and YouTube took his content down. Unfortunately, totally orchestrated almost the entire thing. Not to mention, it was mostly government informants there acting out.
It looks so fake.
That
was the fakest thing I ever seen.
There's guys that I think Trump pardoned that are in jail now for life for child crimes. So I don't know. Yeah, I could definitely say I could see it was orchestrated, or I'm not going to say that it couldn't be, but there's a lot of those guys like you can trace and say, okay, this guy went away. He pardoned a lot of people that are back in prison. Like one guy.
How can we prove who's really in prison and what's not just narrative? You know,
contact them. You can write letters to people in prison as programs. You can inquire to say, look, I want to find out. It's all online. You can go and see who's in the prison and say, okay, who is incarcerated in this prison? What is
right? They'll have the paperwork all, doctored up, and they'll have everything looking. I'm just saying, like,
no,
I don't trust.
Right. The only way to really know is to get somebody to visit them. That's the only way to truly know. You set bait. You like how the cops in Florida would say, "Hey, you want a trip to the Caribbean islands?" And when people come to collect them, they would arrest them, and tell them, "Oh, you won tickets to the Super Bowl." And that's how they would catch some people that they couldn't.
There might be people that got a 50-year sentence for something else, and now they're portraying to be somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very
stuff like it's always smoking mirrors.
It's very possible, and I can't deny that. The thing is do we really want to do the work? And that's where, like, the thing with the flat earthers and all of this, it's very hard. Some of the stuff we got to say, you know what? I don't know. I don't think it's this way. But unless we're willing to go through, like you said, and what you're saying is what needs to be done. It needs to be like, okay, what's the name of these guys? Let's try to find this out. Let's see if these guys are really in there. Let's see who might not be there, who might be there. It takes serious investigative journalism, if it can even be done.
A topic close to that is like these celebrity deaths that Zach shows. Like when a celebrity goes to jail or prison or dies, I personally think it's a faked death myself by the numbers. And why? Because of the depopulation agenda we're in. When bad stuff happens to all of us, those celebrities
people, why would they fake the death? That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Prince and Michael Jackson might not be here. I mean, they could be. I'm not saying that your theory is totally wrong. I'm just saying that when we look at it, we say, okay, maybe there is an island or something that they go to.
Well, why they would fake the death would be because when bad stuff happens to the general population, they won't be here. It's almost like they're slowly moving out of here, just like the government's slowly shutting this nation down.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I thought that was like a Skull and Bones thing where they did like the rebirth thing.
I mean, it's
just speculation on my part,
Yeah, no, and you're right. That's a proper way to put it, is speculation. And it's good. It's good to speculate. It's good to say, but you already know, as I know, it's going to take some serious investigation to say we could go and check it, and there could be a wall you get to. Kind of like how when the flat earthers were saying, oh, you can't get to Antarctica. And it's like, well, wait a minute, we could charter a flight right here. It's like, now let's see if you're up to it. And then Juranism could have been bought out. Like if he would have just said, okay, I went to Antarctica, I saw the sun 24 hours there, fine. But when he got on board, I think with the evolution and the fake Professor Dave was there with open arms. I think they made him a moderator on the channel. So he became their little toy. And then Flint Dibble, the little hobbit looking archaeologist guy, he's like so mad that Graham Hancock and Jimmy Corsetti from Bright Insight and these other people are talking about ancient civilizations and Gobekli Tepe and all these other places that have been covered up essentially and had guard dogs put there and people telling you, oh, you can't come back to this country. Why? Because I'm not listening to what you're telling me about this ancient artifact. I mean, it's like they put immature, psychopathic, immature children in charge of things for us to really look and find the origins of humans. And if there's places that have artifacts, what do? They bomb them. Laos is like the most bombed country ever in the modern time. And they have those giant stone jars in Laos. When you look at Germany, a lot of stuff might have been destroyed during Dresden, the bombing of Dresden, because it probably could have showed us like, wait a minute, this stuff had to go back a lot further.
They killed all the people who abstained from the war at the end of the war with the Dresden bombing, the U.S. and Britain. Just a horrific thing, killing, the estimates are at least 100,000 people. And it was the first experimental use of napalm, too. That Vonnegut's book, Slaughterhouse 5, is about being a prisoner of war and hearing people's screams from getting hit with the napalm.
I could see that.
That's why he was always so upset about the changing of Armistice Day, too.
Wasn't World War II fake?
Well, I think Dietrich Bonhoeffer, because he was I think a German pastor, a Lutheran priest, and he wrote about saying how could his country that was so like scholars and artists and stuff, how could it fall into such of disarray? And when he was telling people like, look, no, he was very religious. So he was telling them, look, your allegiance is not to the Führer, it's to God. And they imprisoned him he had a chance to escape. He came to America. And when he came to America, he said, God has left the white churches. And he went to the black churches where he was like, okay, I still see a little bit of spirituality here. Now we know all of the churches are closet. I mean, anything that doesn't have the women there is suspicious. It should be suspicious. When you got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Closet, and then you got butt pirates galore throughout Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism. It's like, what is it with this thing? What is it? What other profession has that much PDF files? Oh, politics. So that's the only other profession.
Something I've thought about how that even happened. You have the Catholics taking these vows that they're not going to have sex, which is an unnatural thing to do. You're an adult working with children. That's the easiest thing for an adult to exploit as a child and hold power over them because of authority. So you could see how a man who has to get out some kind of sexual aggression might abuse a child because then he knows he can control the child, probably through fear tactics and whatnot. Something I'll point out, too, is the gayest neighborhoods in America are all next to Jesuit universities, which, again, the Jesuits are an order of the Catholic Church. I'm talking about the Castro in San Francisco. I'm talking about Capitol Hill in Seattle.
Jesus was caught with a boy when he was arrested.
Right. Yeah. What's up? Why is that verse even in there, that the unclothed child, is that some kind of justification for the sexual abuse of children? Yeah, it is. It is a strange thing.
Well, look at the when they
even the disciples, they sound like children. Like when you read the Bible, they sound like dumb, like not dumb, but like when they answer Jesus, like he says very simple things, and they respond kind of like children. So yeah.
When they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? They sent John Allegro, which was the foremost interpreter, right? So he wrote a book called The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth. In chapter 7, if you look it up, you could probably get it for free with AI. They said in chapter 7, the most holiest place for the priest to put his load, for lack of a better word, is on the face of a 12-year-old. Now, you can look this up. This is from translation. They got very angry at him when he was translating this and wrote this book. He wrote a second book, the Holy Cross and the Sacred Mushroom. And he was showing how that he thinks it had a lot to do with these psilocybin type mushrooms. But the previous book, when it talks about that, there is a lot of that. There's tribes from Papua New Guinea that don't consider, like, they have rituals of the boys swallowing semen from older men. There's also tribes in Africa with that. And when people try to tell me, oh, this doesn't exist, I tell them, look it up. I said, we know it's all throughout the churches of Asia, going from Western to most likely Eastern. There's a serious undertone that people don't
The
like.
mystery cults.
Well, it's more than just mystery cults. We see it in politics. I mean, look through America. It's rampant. What, 500,000 kids go missing a year, and nobody.
Cultic sex rituals or something.
It's crazy. Yeah. But this is the thing. It's so big, like Alan Watts said, before you think you're going to change the world will change you. He goes, this is a gigantic machine that it's so intricate that we can just barely comprehend it, much less change it. The only thing we can really change is ourselves. Is to say, okay, I got to understand that the person I was before is a new person now. I know more, and I got to remember that what I know now is subject to change, and I have to be mature enough to be open to that change. Most people aren't. Like what Zach was saying, they'll ask you, hey, do you believe in this? And if you don't believe, once they ask me the belief, I tell them, I said, look, I don't believe in anything. Belief suspends thinking. I either think I know or I don't know. Belief is not in the equation.
The word lie is right in the middle of this funny word, the way we spell it too. Max, I hadn't heard you say it, but when I heard you talking, you were reminding me, and I was like, I like this guy. I always say the same thing too. I don't believe in anything. Why do you want to believe in something? Show me some proof.
Exactly. I'd rather just be honest and say, I think, I know, or I don't know.
People can't admit that people want to act like they know things they can't know. It's so annoying. Just to have some humility. Yeah. Religion is really just ego. It's just people's ego. It's like, can't you look at the world and just see that almost everyone, the religion they're indoctrinated into is the one that they stick with their whole life, unless they just get rid of it altogether. A few people will convert because they think in one of these religions, the truth must be there. But almost everyone just sticks with what they got as a child. And that should tell you all you really need to know about it.
Yeah. And
is it not like choosing your favorite sport or whatever, or your political party?
Well,
religion is not like choosing.
Nietzsche said it best. Like, when we look at these people, he said, nobody converts to a religion. You have to be sick enough to accept it. So in other words, it's like the proverb, the Christian proverb, man's extremity is God's opportunity. So in other words, you got to be desperate to want that, to accept it, to even be open to it. These are the Islamic invasions. When you see your country invaded, getting killed, okay, if you convert, we'll let you live. It's like, holy smokes, these are monsters. So when I look through our history, they're all guilty. They're all guilty of this. So when they try to say, oh, no, that's just because you ain't in power right now. If you had the power, you do the same goddamn thing. And it's the same thing when I see people with racism and all this stuff, and they're so quick to hate. It's like with the Star Wars thing, anger and hate are quick to join you in a fight. And even Star Wars, the guy who came out and was talking about it was based on a lot of Satanism, and like it had a lot of stuff hidden in it. I forgot the guy's name that he worked on the first movie, and then he quit. They have his video on YouTube. So you have all of that stuff to where it's like, okay, that's where I say, I don't know who I am. I don't know what I am, because I don't think everybody's the same. I don't think everybody's human. You look at the mimics in nature, we're very similar to an ant colony, to a beehive. So if beehives have a queen, ants have a queen. So what is it that's really running humanity? Could there be something behind that? And then within the ant colony, you got these mimics, you got these spiders that look just like the ants. Why couldn't we have things that look just like humans, like the spider ant that preys on the ants? Why couldn't we have spider humans that prey
like shapeshifters?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what it would be. You could have stuff that look like us that don't prey on us. It looks like us to hide within the human colony because it knows how nutcase humans can be, like chasing Frankenstein across the river with torches, anything different. And we see how that difference has been weaponized. We see it with racism. The guy, he wrote this book, I think, Between the World and Me, Coates. And he quoted, he's from Australia. He said, race is not the father of racism. It is the child. So you had this prejudice there. And what created the race was the preservation of the favored races, Darwin's book. And now they had a foothold to say, okay, these people are closer to apes than these other people. And it goes up on this hierarchy. And you don't find it odd that they put a black guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Neil, of all the names you could pick, Neil and be subservient. And, surprise, his friend name ain't Bob, Neil and Bob. And he just, he runs the Hayden Planetarium. So now you can't say, if you go to say, well, I think evolution, these models are just modern day blackface. That's basically what it is. I mean, I've dealt with some of these archaeologists that are extremely racist, extremely. And I'm like, okay, so the world is the way it is because you won somehow? And they're like, yeah, that's evolution. And I'm like, wow, talk about the arrogance and the ignorance. It's crazy. It goes hand in hand for some reason. And, I got to the point to where, there's not really much to say. There's not really much to say because people are out to lunch, man. They're autopilot, sleepwalking, comfort zoners. There's not too much to really go forward. I mean,
you can pull some people out of it, though. And if there were more people working together, putting good shows together, making it somewhat entertaining, informative, you doing your comedy thing. I mean, I've had a lot of people over the years say that they were just totally asleep, and this is finally the thing that pulled them out. And I'm sure it wasn't me alone, but just I was the drop in the bucket that finally got them there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, a lot of people are asleep at the switch, but I know they can get pulled out. And people are followers, too. We're the minority right now. If 20% of the populace was us, I bet the middle 50% would come our way.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I think even within that, right? Like how you're saying, you pull them out, you unplug them, you're going to get ciphers. You're going to get people that even though you save them, they're going to hate you for it. They're going to turn.
Who cares though? Yeah, no, I have people like that in my community. Yeah, who cares though? I mean, that's
the reason caring is because it can affect your family, your loved ones. Remember who are we putting ourselves on a line for? Like a friend of mine.
What you're saying, that's a real scenario over here. Somebody who used to be part of my community now harasses my own family members, calls, sends them weird stuff in the mail, somehow figured out who my wife is and where she works, constantly calls her work to harass. They finally got it all the way blocked, so he can't call there anymore. Yeah. But this stuff does happen. But even then, still, who cares?
MB is right. We're in an asylum, though. We're not in an insane. This isn't a sane planet. This is a crazy planet. We're in an asylum. So how are you going to change those people? They're not mentally sound.
No, they're not. And the person I'm talking about is definitely a crazy person. And we've learned about him. His father's a trans in San Francisco. And it's like, okay, this is starting to make more sense. So,
I mean, when I think about it, it's basically, again, you got to be careful it's like, I'm thinking, okay, my only guarantee is death. So, this is why I say everybody's an agnostic. Nobody knows. Everybody's agnostic. We're all creationists. When the evolutionists try to say, oh, so you're a creationist? I'm like, you're a creationist too. You just think it happened by chance. So you're trying to call me a slanderous word like, oh, creationist or something. But that's what you are too. You're that much of an idiot that you don't realize you're calling me something that we both are. You just think it was created by chance, which scientifically and mathematically doesn't add up. And I'm telling you that it just doesn't add up. So I'm not even saying I'm in any religion. I'm saying, look, this, what you're believing in, that's not science. Science is not based on belief. You don't need feathers on an airplane to fly. And we can prove it. You fly a plane without feathers. Oh, look, you don't need it. That's, if you can't test it with empirical science, then it ain't science. It's a speculation. It's a theory. People can't even discern that. And then we bring into the equation stupidity, the most dangerous of them all. So the stupidity is somebody that genuinely is cool. He wants to help you. He is not malicious in any way, but he drops the grenade. The enemy doesn't even have to worry about you. He knows that the people inside your own ranks are going to destroy you, not because they want to destroy you, because they're not watching themselves. They're not being careful. They're stupid. They're in a stupor, a daze. They're amazed by something. This is not a slander. It's a description. And we're all subjected to it. But these people are everywhere. The stupid, it's like the first law of stupidity. We always underestimate the amount of stupid people they are. No matter how many you think there are always more. And the second law, stupidity is independent of any other characteristic a person has. So just because they have some position, you can find stupid people in that area. The third law, there's patterns. It runs in patterns. You'll see these stupid patterns continue. We do them ourselves. We're like, man, I'm going in patterns. I got to change this. Fourth, we overlook the damage they can do. They destroy nations. Stupid people destroy nations. They destroy anything that's good by accident, definitely not by maliciousness. And the fifth is basically they are the most dangerous people. We think evil people are the most dangerous. No, they're not. Stupid people are the most dangerous because you never know when it's going to hit. You never know when they're going to drop the grenade. Evil will give you signs and clues that they're evil, that they're not beneficial if somebody doesn't like the word evil.
But evil people could purposely make a society of idiots.
Yeah, well, somebody had said the malicious, the evil has weaponized the stupid. And that's what it seems to be. Like it's easy to weaponize the stupid. We see it with politics. If you just look at some of the interviews with some of the Trump supporters, and this is not to say the Biden supporters are better. It's like, it's showing you that somebody will say like, hey, you know what Biden did, this is wrong. They're like, yeah, like you were saying. As soon as they show it with Trump or the Republicans, forget it. They'll immediately start making excuses. Well, you know, this and that. And you look at them and you say, wow, I didn't know that person was a zombie. It's like, holy smoke, they were infected mentally.
And little do they know, Biden and Trump are on the same team.
Yes, exactly. And that's the crazy.
But aren't they all related? Aren't all presidents related except for one president? They're all related to King John of England, right?
I wouldn't even say except for one. Like the whole thing, it's like, I'm looking at them like
Barack Obama and Donald Trump are 26
all
cousins.
of them, they're all criminal. There's anybody even thinking they can trust the government is suspect right there. It's like, don't tell them nothing about yourself. Don't just try to sever away from them. The internet, like I had made on the other stream, it is the ultimate surveillance. And it's great because we can communicate with each other, but it's dangerous too, because we don't know who's a plant. The only thing that protects us is our suspicions. Like when the guy tried to come on. Now I know he was in the chat, oh man, what? And I'm like, look, you know what? I started to realize, I was like, wow. So he's saying, oh, I could answer the question about, are we living in a psychic dictatorship, right? And I'm like, oh, I don't need you to answer the question, And it's sort of like, I realized it's like, wow, you didn't get enough attention as a child, or you never matured into a man, because even if you didn't get enough attention, when you mature, if you mature into a man, you don't seek attention. So it's like, why you want to say something, right? And I'm telling you, I don't want you to be on the show because I saw the way you attacked Mr. X in the chat on somebody else's stream with this other guy that used to be cool with us. So let's just let bygones be bygones. And that's it. I know you want to express something like that, but hey, start your own show then. Go back on the other show you were in the chat on, whatever. It's cool. I don't need to say anything bad about you, make fun of you or whatever. I'm just saying, look, this is what it is. This is what you did. You showed me who you were, and I don't want to believe it. I want to be the nice guy, but every time I do that, I see the problems that occur. So it's better to, hey, you want to be mad, whatever, fine. But it's like that Motley Crue album, Don't Go Away Mad. just go away. You know, and if they can't take that, I realize, okay, this is like a spoiled child. There's not a lot of men. There's a lot of males. They're 60-year-old males, 50, 40-year-old males. Being a man is about maturity. And men, a boy doesn't turn into a man. A boy has to be walked into the trials of manhood. A woman, a girl, she'll blossom into femininity. That's the power of the feminine. Men have to go through a ritual. They have to be walked into manhood. A woman cannot raise a son into a man. It takes a man to walk that boy into manhood, whether it be a military ritual, a ritual of him in the woods hiking, something. There has to be some catalyst that transforms him. Most males don't get to transform into that. And they think as they get older, they automatically get dawned on with manhood. It don't work that way. You can test them. A man will not get angry easily. If you get angry easily, you still haven't tempered. You haven't matured. Because if I can trigger you with words, well, what does that say? And women know this. Women are extremely smart with that. They're way ahead psychologically. They look at it like, oh, if I can manipulate you, then other women can manipulate you. Other men can manipulate you. And this is basic psychology. I'm surprised people, don't understand this. With the internet, you can get a PhD in a year. In a year, man. But nobody, a lot of people don't want to do the hard work. They're lazy. They're lazy. People will do physical labor before mental labor. I noticed that. I mean, I myself, it's hard to read through certain things, instruction manuals, all of this, but it's what it is, man. You just, it's part of being a man. When I tell somebody, look, man, rule number one, everything is your fault. Everything. And once you can accept that, you've matured a little more. And then it goes forward and forward. And that's the big danger. Males can be used. They can be weaponized because they're not mature. And we see that with all of these followers. These people that were trying to look at this guy as a king and all of that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, guys who I knew who were deep into philosophy changed. And I don't know what it was that changed them. Or really, it was me just being too stupid to see or accept who they really were. To say, wow, this person showed me that I shouldn't be associating myself with him. They showed me this more than once, and I didn't listen. I didn't listen because I'm trying to be nice, or the lack of people that are aware. And it can make us desperate to where we're like, all right, hey, man, you know that the government's lying, right? Okay, come on into our group. And then you realize I can't be doing that because I'm letting in too much idiots. I'm letting in too much people that, like how Zach was saying, so if I don't believe in your religion now, what? So now I'm stupid or I'm the bad guy or something like that. And, I do hear that, you don't hear it a lot from people with Islam, but it's there. It's there. I mean, there's a group called Ex-Muslims of North America, and they still get, like, one girl from Saudi Arabia had went with them, and they sent somebody to kidnap her. And I said, wow, how peaceful is that? It is what it is, man. Range said, rule number 2, no man is your friend. They're at most temporarily ally until hot enough woman appears. If they can't control themselves over a woman, that's how wars are started. Look at Helen of Troy. Went to war over that. Look at Cleopatra. Cleopatra was so smart. She had Mark Antony turn against his own Caesar, and then he got crushed, and then Caesar came and she manipulated him. They stabbed him to death. I was like, wow, she's 2-0 until they came and finally, they say she had had to add her, the snake bite her and kill herself or something like that. But it was just a few thoughts, man. I figured I'd throw it out there. If anybody else got anything.
There was a few. I wrote down 4 things that I wanted to hit on that came up. You brought up the Twilight Zone earlier, and I asked you if you knew the pilot episode was about putting a man on the moon, which it was. In Gematria, the Twilight Zone equals 201, like Neil Alden Armstrong, and the moon landing was on the 201st day of the year. I'd say that's a great example of predictive programming. And if you look into it, the majority of the craters on the moon are named after Jesuit priests. The Jesuit people don't realize how powerful the Jesuits are. They're in everything, and they're huge in science. They're again, the Big Bang Theory is credited to a Jesuit priest.
Yeah. Yep.
Somebody asked, "What's up with the trans thing anyway? Why are they doing this?" I think the reason's Kabbalah. This whole thing of letters and numbers comes from Kabbalah. In Kabbalah, God is male and female. If you're trying to play God over the world and you're into this cabal, I think that's part of the reason they're doing the gender inversion. The God of Kabbalah is male and female. Also, I look at the Church of Satan. For the record, the Church of Satan has the Jesuit fingerprints all over it. Anton LaVey died not only 201 days after his own birthday, he died 201 days before the sitting Pope's birthday, Pope John Paul II at the time. But their logo is the Baphomet, which is male and female.
Said that the 444 on the stream. Just to point that out.
What is it?
You said that on the 444 mark on the stream. I don't know if you'd follow like synchronicities or whatever.
Yeah, synchronicity is a very interesting thing.
Yeah, but I agree with what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. And then also just about the history of Kabbalah. AI, it has all this power because it's accumulated so much information through the internet, and it's doing its best to take this information and process, an answer to a question based on all of this abundance of information that's out there. And we see how it's also been programmed to gatekeep certain things. But think about the Catholic Church and the crusading across the earth and how much knowledge and information. Earlier, you made the point, like, we don't even know how to eat. Imagine just being one of these international things that's been all across the world, interacting with so much of society. You're going to come across secrets and information, go, wait, why are these people living so long? What are they doing? As we know, the Vatican has the biggest private library in the world. They are hoarding information. Every now and then a story will come out that the Vatican let this slip out today that they've been holding on to for hundreds of years. I was with my ex-girlfriend in 2009 for Christmas back in Detroit, and I can't remember what it was, but that night on Christmas Eve, when they know no one's watching the news, the Vatican let out some secret that was down there in their archives that really put a lot of things in the Bible in question. I should go back and look at what that story was. But anyway, the point is, the story is that in their crusading time, that's where they got their hands on this Kabbalah knowledge, and they brought it back to Europe, and it passed orally. For years, there were no Kabbalistic texts. Everything passed orally, but this knowledge passed through the leadership of Europe, and that's what the Cabal is. And again, it would explain why they're working this way. And anyway, I mean, it explains a lot of things. It explains why they'd be doing this letters, numbers, and dates things. It explains why transgender people would be in power, like you just said, all throughout Europe, these trans kings of the past. I think what humanity needs to do is spend more time studying Kabbalah, because I'm pretty sure everything that's within this. And here's the other thing to think about. Maybe Kabbalah is the truest thing to a true form of spirituality. If this is spiritual knowledge and understanding of how Creator works, or whatever you want to call it, and you can actually use this knowledge to empower yourself and have influence over others, there must be a reason they're doing it. So again, I think that to defeat the Cabal, I like to call them the powers that shouldn't be, we have to understand.
We got to beat trans. That's how we beat the Cabal.
Say it again.
Who we got to beat trans. That's how we beat the Cabal.
I don't think I want to. I don't think we need to do that. But we can it's possible. Again, you get into a religion, you might start doing things that are completely unnecessary. Just like with any religious tradition, I don't think we need to be trans, but I think it does explain why they are doing this and why now at this point in the game. By the way, Caitlyn Jenner equals 201. Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner and gender, right? Jenner and gender, and of course Bruce Jenner, if you were growing up once upon a time. Yeah, by the way, do you know that they removed his name from the high school just right before the Sandy Hook shooting? He went to Sandy Hook High School.
Wow.
But
Wow. That's
they removed his name from the high school right before the shooting. By the way, they compared what happened at Sandy Hook to what happened in Dune Blaine that got gun rights taken away in the UK. From the Dune Blaine massacre to Sandy Hook was 201 months and 1 day. So that's right. This 201 thing, which gets its power from Kabbalah too. Again, you asked what's controlling the world. Like if there's a physical group, again, I maintain it's the Jesuits, but are they channeling something more powerful? By the way, the Jesuits took on the Templar tradition. There's that ancient, or I shouldn't say ancient, but there's that belief that the Templars had the Holy Grail, this thing that gave them power. They made the Indiana Jones series about it. Is there something like that in the world that's real that maybe the Vatican does have their hands on? I don't know. I wonder.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a mystery. I mean, when we look back further and further, it just gets more mysterious. And, I think honestly from like the creation of life and people and, everything itself, that it seems to me that we are adapting forward into heterosexuality, that if it was a group of men first created, that and then women were created afterwards, there's definitely still an argument there with women possibly being created first. I forgot the guy's name that has the video on it where he goes into, when you look at the genitals and stuff, and people that are born hermaphroditic, if the testicles are inside the body and they look like ovaries, and then the doctors have to make a decision whether they're going to make this person either live like a woman or a man instead of leaving them the way they are. Sometimes they have to do this because of a medical thing. They say one person born like this that was very famous was Jamie Lee Curtis. She was born with both genders, or at least genders that was to where the ovaries were inside, and the testicles actually. So when we look at this, we start to say, okay, what is this? Like, again, what are we really? We really don't know. It's like we're like some type of experiment, it seems to be. And this experiment, if say a group of men were created, like say some of these theories say a group of men, and the men have their sexuality. If it was just all men, then homosexuality must have been rampant. And now after you create women, which the womb man, some people say it's the womb, the man with the womb man. Now I've taken pictures in the Metropolitan Museum of Egyptian artifacts that look like a dude with a pregnant stomach and breast. And, this is supposedly 4,000 years old. And it's embossed into granite, which is extremely hard, harder than steel. So you're not doing this with a chisel. And I wonder, I say, okay, why is it that there's so many men that aren't hetero? And it seems that we are the minority. And I pose this because there's guys that will, you can test them. Like, especially when you look at that whole group of the dating gurus and stuff, the majority of those guys are searching for other guys. They're basically know that they're preying on guys that can't get dates with women. So it's their most, that's the area where they're going to get most of their recruits from. And then push the agenda, like Tate was saying about, oh, well, what if she looks like Megan Fox and the other one looks like Hulk Hogan? And okay, so what? She has a wiener, just push it to the side. And I couldn't believe he's saying this on YouTube and guys are still following him. And I'm saying, this is the closet crew. That's good. Yeah, this is the closet. I mean, the video might still be out there. This is the closet crew. And his brother just got caught a few months ago talking to a 16-year-old boy, trying to hit on him. This ain't funny. I'm not talking about you laughing, but this ain't a joke. When somebody might say, "Oh, this is a joke." No, this is real stuff. You look at, but you're not getting the female modeling industry was started by gay men.
Wait, can I add something to that? To the Andrew Tate thing. Did you notice when they made him lose to a dude with pink boxing gloves?
Yeah.
Like they was like trying to like demasculate him or whatever, or just make him like,
All
his whole look is to be an alpha male or whatever. They made him lose to a dude with pink gloves. I thought that was funny.
I mean, you're not getting into these areas if you're not going through the ritual. If you're not,
same with Hollywood. Same with
It's the
Hollywood.
MK Ultra Beta Male 6 crap. I forgot what it's
you
called.
look at all of the
Some
main
MK Ultra
stars,
stuff.
all of the main stars, Rock Hudson, Cary Grant, all of these dudes, James Dean, Paul Newman, all of these guys.
Marlon Brando too.
Just openly gay. Just everybody knows this. Anybody can look this up. So when you're watching something like that, like one of these guys made a good point. He goes, if a gay man is cutting your hair, and this is nothing against anybody who's gay or straight, he goes, he's going to be cutting your hair to where your style is going to be more attractive to another man instead of a woman. Now, this is still speculation on his part, but if we're watching, like we see a lot of these, John Wayne, they said was not hetero. All of these guys, the more you look, you start to say, holy smokes, is everybody? I mean, you look up Marlene Dietrich, who was an actress from the 1920s, that acted for like almost 80 years. That don't look like a chick, and it could be, but I'm saying to myself, like, wait, what is all of this? The Sandra Bullock, the Julia Roberts and stuff. You look
It's like
at
they're all wearing a mask or something. Did that come out in the CIA files? I mean, the classified files or whatever. They're actually wearing costumes, or that even Joe Biden. It came out confirmed that he was
like with the air and stuff. Like the air is not matching up. Like they say, one have the air, the other has the lobe, different air lobes.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at Taylor Swift. You can find pictures with her or him with Adam's apple and stuff. You see it, and I'm just saying this speculatively, but I'm saying it's too much of an occurrence. It's too, if you look at the videos of male to female transformation, if you look at the ones from female to male, you will be shocked at what women have turned into men. Look, chest muscles, all stuff. You'd be like, no, there's no way that this is it. And you look at the steps and you say, holy smokes. People
with technology, they always have more than we know.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They who knows what they're capable of that they haven't shown us yet, Exactly. And one more thing, when you guys get a chance, I'd just like to respond to a few things from 5-10 minutes ago, but no hurries, no worries.
Go ahead.
Well, Zach was talking, there's two things. Zach was talking about the 201, and I just wanted to add a few significant things, that the viewers can learn and look at. He talked about Event 201, the coronavirus pandemic, hosted by Bill Gates. When you take coding letters into numbers, William Henry Gates equals 201. And then you can look at Tom Hanks, the first celebrity who came down with the coronavirus. You can look his tweet up where he spoke on the number 201 in his tweet, mocking everybody.
Don't forget, he included a picture of a Corona typewriter, like this story
absolutely
was written long ago.
Yeah. And then as I was learning all this 201 stuff, I told Zach, he probably doesn't remember, our courthouse here in Fort Wayne is at 101 Superior Street. Well, the jail's hooked to it right at 201 Superior Street. And so I started looking up government buildings around the nation. There are a lot of government buildings with the address 201. And of course, Zach mentioned the moon landing with 201. Here's the biggest clue that anyone out there can look at. Let's see if Zach can guess what I'm going to say. What will prove all of the 201 that it's true? He may or may not get it.
I might have already talked about it. I mean, I talked about
the Washington Nationals logo.
Oh,
to me, that's icing on the cake. When you look at the Washington Nationals logo, it's a W. But go Google that logo and see if you see the 201 in there. It is. It's right there in plain sight. Right? What's that?
They used that team in the movie Him too, where the 201 appeared in the AC thing or whatever.
Oh yeah,
I don't know about
one
that.
on the sauna temperature. It's the last number they show, and then all the
right
slaughtering and sacrifice starts. Yeah.
Yeah.
The last thing I'd like to share is Zach gave you guys a bite of Sandy Spoons. I'm going to call it Sandy Spoons so we don't get your video taken down. I'd like to give you the whole plate. It only takes, about a minute. I got a lot of things memorized that because I've shared this work out pounding pavement, So Zach mentioned, what part did you mention again, Zach?
Well, I brought up
compared to Dune Blaine.
The anniversary of it. Sandy Lindsay was the first person to get the shot, a different type of shooting.
Well, let's show these guys the numeric ritual with the shooter Adam Lanza. So all media reported across the nation that he was the 112-pound Adam Lanza. Wow. So why do we have to know his weight if he's supposedly dead? He's not at large on the run. We don't need to know his weight.
Plus,
but he was
112 pounds. It's over 6 feet. Yeah. If you guys look, it's funny. Google's kind of tried to hide that from the search engine, but everybody reported that he weighed 112 pounds.
So let's look further into that. He was born April 22nd, reportedly. With leap year, that's the 112th day of the year.
And I'm going to get 112th day.
Oh, non-leap year. Sorry. And I'm going to get to the point of this. Let's look at his initials. A's the first letter, L's the 12th for another 112. And I feel like I'm missing Sandy Hook.
112, and the most important part is the Jesuits claim to work in 112 countries. The other night, Max, when you asked me about the 111 days later, it was actually a span of 112 days that stood out to me that was more interesting because, again, the Jesuits operate in 112 countries.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And in 112 is also the ALT emergency dialing code. And obviously a Sandy Hook shooting would be, an emergency. And you just look at it all 112, 112, 112, 112. And there's obviously more to that.
We were talking about that with Pat Tillman getting executed.
Dune Blaine. How Zach said it was compared to Dune Blaine. Well, what date was Dune Blaine? March 13th, 1996. To get that date numerology, 3 plus 13 plus 96. 112 date numerology.
Wow.
So I just wanted to share a little, and there's more to it. Like Sandy, was it Dune Blaine on the 73rd day of the year or Sandy Hook? And
Sandy Hook's on the 73rd meridian, and Dune Blaine happened on the 73rd day of the year. The word sacrifice is 73, sacrificing children essentially to sacrifice people's rights and liberties.
Thank you, Zach. I don't have all my notes in front of me.
It's deep, man. Yeah, definitely a lot of correlations with the numerology.
A famous ball chaser survived the Dune Blaine massacre too, right? Supposedly.
The
tennis player. I'm trying to think of his name right now. He was a major tennis player for a long time, but supposedly he was one of the survivors of Dune Blaine.
With the Kobe Bryant, you know he did the commercial, right, with the helicopter on the basketball court that caught on fire.
It wasn't. He did the Black Mamba ad for Nike that ends with an exploding helicopter. He did the. He's in the. A cartoon came out on Comedy Central.
Chamberlain Heights.
The Chamberlains.
Cartoon came out where he dies in a helicopter crash on November 16th. The majority of the world writes that date 1611, like the year the King James Bible came out. Remember, LeBron's his teammate, King James. King equals 41, like Kobe Bryant. Kobe dies at 41 on the 41st day of the Pope's age, traveling from Catholic Mass. Then LeBron wins the finals exactly 41 weeks after his birthday.
His helicopter crashed 41 minutes after takeoff.
This year, LeBron set the record with 1,611 games played, tying Robert Parrish in that. And Parrish is another church word, reminding us all about the church. But Kobe's last game, look it up, you guys. Kobe's last game, they gave out a toy helicopter of Kobe Bryant that he was a helicopter. He was like a transformer. He was a Kobe Bryant.
It was like attached to him, right? The wing pillars or whatever.
Like I just said, a toy of Kobe Bryant where he's part helicopter. That was given out at Kobe's last game.
That's crazy. It's like
there's also a tweet made, and I went to this post myself. It's from like 2012 or 2013, and it's like an alt dummy account, and it said Kobe will die in a helicopter crash. And I commented on it and didn't get no response. Didn't expect to, but that's just another little piece of like, how could anyone have known?
It's always they always do stuff like that too, where they leave tweets from the past. Didn't that happen to Charlie Kirk too, or something? Where there's like a tweet from the past.
There was a movie called Snake Eyes.
Oh yeah, for sure. That one, I know. There was a tweet also though, but I think that was to the.
No, there could have been a tweet.
Talk about the Snake Eye. The Snake Eyes thing is hilarious.
Yeah, the fact I didn't know. Somebody brought that up to me a couple months ago, and it's like, I don't know if it was from the 90s, the movie, and the guy,
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, Charlie,
like 1998, 99, something like that.
Yeah, Charlie Kirkland, and he gets shot in the neck, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me.
But wait, do you know the rest of it?
No.
So he gets shot at a boxing match in a casino in New Jersey, and he gets shot next to a character who's portraying Donald Trump, and the actor who plays Donald Trump is the father of Kevin in Home Alone, who died shortly after Trump took office in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that he died at 71, and so did Kevin's mother from Home Alone. She just died at 71 on the same day that Kevin Warsh was nominated by Trump to become the next head of the Federal Reserve, which he now is. You remember how in Home Alone, how she screams Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know how in Home Alone 2, Kevin stays at Trump's hotel in New York?
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
So what's amazing is from the anniversary of Home Alone 2 coming out to Catherine O'Hara just dying at 71 was 71 days after the anniversary of that movie's release. And in Gematria, Federal Reserve equals 71. Just like how Trump became president at in his 71st year of life the first time around. So yeah, it's not an act. The point I'm making, but that movie also Snake Eyes. So the Charlie Kirk thing happens in the year of the snake. And I'm sure you know that Trump went around on the campaign trail telling that story of the snake. You knew I was a snake, but you let me in anyway.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't. I mean,
you didn't know that?
Crazy.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
no.
He told it over and over. You should look up. You can just do a search of how many times. There's compilations of how many times he told it on the campaign trail. You knew I was a snake, but you let me in anyway. So,
wow.
So when Charlie Kirk was shot, that was 88 days after Trump's birthday. And Trump's done 1,088 rituals, including putting up 88-foot flagpoles at the White House. But Trump equals 88. It's just like today. He gets his deal with Iran 88 days from the Pope's birthday. The last Pope died at age 88. But
he hired 88 generals, correct?
Correct. The man, the 88 generals who gave him their Purple Hearts. The man who portrayed the Charles Kirkland character who gets shot, that man was at the tail end of being 88 years old the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. It was like a week later he turned 89. And I believe he died too. I'm pretty sure he died right after. I'm pretty sure that actor died shortly after. I need to double check that. But again, Turning Point USA equals 88, just like the Holy Roman Empire equals 88, just like the Republican Party equals 88. And think about it. The Holy Roman Empire was a theocracy. That's what Turning Point USA is trying to do also, make this country more Christian. Even it's funny because Trump runs on MAGA, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. But
Christianity is paganism.
But yeah, again,
Oprah in '88 when they predicted his presidency also.
Right. In 88, Oprah asked Trump if he'd want to be president someday. And she's in Chicago, the 312, like he got 312 electoral college votes. And then the Pope died on the 312th day of Trump's age. And then we get the first American Pope from the 312. But anyway, the point is there were so many 88s on the Charlie Kirk assassination. And that guy who played Charles Kirkland was literally 88 years old when Charlie Kirk, and by the way, I don't think Charlie Kirk was shot. None of that makes any sense. That giant,
the way his shirt popped up like that, like something.
Yeah, and then they carried him away, and there wasn't a single drop of blood after he supposedly got shot by. What did they say? He got shot by a 30-06. Shouldn't that have taken off his head? Instead, they said the bullet got lodged in his spine. That's impossible. But,
hey Zach, you remember the opening movie, the opening movie preview though, the freaking Dead Man on Campus?
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. You guys, you know, Max, back in the day, VHS movies, like if you rent at Blockbuster, you'd get like if you went to the theater, they'd show you 5 movies that
Right.
if you
Like the little
rented Snake Eyes, the first movie on the VHS that the preview was for was Dead Man on Campus.
Wow. Oh,
like listen, a couple convincing videos, not only the stuff Zach shows, but I'm pretty sure they use like holographic projectors with Charlie Kirk.
Don't forget Erica Kirk was born in 88 either. Oh yeah, that's right. That was the other huge 88 piece. Do you know that there was a shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado that became the national news about 15 minutes after Charlie Kirk got shot? Did you see that?
No, you know what I used to think about? If you look at Erica, that her name, like America, you know, it's the last part of the word America. Erica. Yeah. You know, it's just, and I heard he was introduced, like she knew Trump before they even got married, like when she met Kirk. It's like a setup. Like
he put her in a beauty pageant in 2012 that she won in her first pageant ever. She won a Trump beauty pageant in 2012.
Yeah, yeah. And you could clearly see how they played Kirk. Like Kirk was a former porn addict, and you know he got very religious, and then it's like the perfect setup to send him, you know, say, okay, send this girl over there, have them, you know, do this whole organization, and next thing you know that's how they operate. I mean,
and her mother's big in the defense industry. She's also Jesuit educated. She went to Regis in Denver. But the shooting that was in the news 15 minutes after Charlie Kirk at Evergreen High School, that's where the creator of South Park went to, and he graduated from that high school in 88, the same year that Erica Kirk was born. Wow. And I'm not sure you're aware of this, but South Park did the first episode of Charlie Kirk that had come out on August 6th, about a month before the shooting, 8/6, like 86th to get rid of.
Wow.
So it's the way, and my first book that's 10 years ago, I wrote about just how Trump's Mr. 88. There's been a million more 88 rituals, but probably the biggest one ever was this whole thing with Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Zach, share with them how Kirk was a Chicago Cubs fan, that 31, how he died at 31, and didn't the Cubs lose out of the playoffs with the score of 3-1? Like 31 days after.
Let's not even forget the day of the memorial. The Bears won their first game with 31 points, and it was in State Farm. We can go on and on. I was just thinking, though,
yeah,
it's almost 4 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah, I gotta
wrap this stream up.
I'm dazing out. I almost fell asleep a few times, but I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, I can end it, and you can, if it's still streaming on you guys can still.
Thanks for having me.
But
no, I need to wrap it up too. Yeah. I have to get up super early, but I'm really glad that we found you, Max. And I got to warn you about some of the people who follow me. I got some good people in my community, but I got a lot of people that hang around me that I think are ultimately trolls meant to derail things.
Yeah, no, I got
Zach, you got trolls 24/7.
Yeah, I got trolls from a couple of years ago. I'm used to them, so it's no biggie. That's why I
like they're trolls though, but they're really just like hanging around to derail things. And
yeah, no, they try to. I could definitely know how to deal with them. The guy that tried to come on, I mean, I just, the
kid last night, Sebastian, he's super suspect. He's just, and he doesn't shut up. He derailed the whole stream last night.
I know he talks too much.
Was I on when he was on? Or I might have.
No, Scribe was here. I think.
Yeah, I might, because I wrote Scribe and I said, "Look, man, I got to lay down," and then he took over.
Just going back and forth on AI and debating who understood what. Like nobody cares. Like guys.
Yeah. I think I spoke with him for a minute. Something Well or something. I think might have been his name.
He goes by Spam Wave now.
Does the troll still live on your Patreon literally 24/7?
Huh?
Or have they given up?
No, the trolls are around 24/7.
Yeah,
I meant on your Patreon. You know, the ones that literally lived there.
I didn't realize you could turn off the comments. I just turned off the comments.
Oh, okay, cool. That'll make him give up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
watch out for trolls. They'll kill a stream. They really will with their border.
Yeah. I'm okay with them. I mean, they basically, I let them, I'll let them go to a certain limit, and then it's like, all right, you give them enough rope, and then they just hang themselves. It's like there's been so many throughout the years. I mean, I've had guys like, I kind of miss the death threats I used to get on email. I mean, they were hilarious. I mean, guys sending me chopped off fingers and all, and I'm just like, it's great. Bring the algorithm up, but yeah, I appreciate the heads up, but yeah, I used to stream back when we had the old channel. We used to stream every Saturday. Some streams would go like 6-8 hours. I can't even do those anymore, but yeah, it's like it's 3:56. I'm gonna call it a night. You guys, I appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you so much. We'll talk again. I stream every night, so I just, tonight I'll stream, even if it's a half an hour. I try to stream. Talk to you guys soon. Take care, Zach. Thank you, brother, and everybody else on the panel. We'll talk in a little bit. Take care and have a good one.
Thanks for letting me on. Appreciate you.
All right, man.